not really when it is
I was coming down there.
No, so much. That was what he might come up today. He's like, yeah, he was waiting for me. That's right.
Hey guys, if I can have everyone's attention, we are going to get underway. So this morning we're going to have all of our oral presentations, and then we'll have a brief pause. We'll reset the room for the poster sessions this afternoon. And then another item of significance just before lunch, the last thing we're going to do, so we'll have orals, then we're going to set up for posters. That will not take long. And then we're going to go outside. So we're going to exit the front doors of the hotel. We're going to walk across the street and then have a pretty cute spot where we're going to do the group photo for the event. We want to do that now because none of us are ever going to look better than this moment, right? So we're going to capture that. So that's when we have our group photo, and then we'll come back in, we'll have a nice lunch together, and then we'll do all the posters. During the posters, we'll have the oral feedback sessions. If you're an oral presenter, then I have a QR code that you'll be able to link to the feedback tracker. You will need to link to the feedback tracker to find your spot. But with the mention of QR codes and things like that nature, I'm going to ask all of us together in unison, take our phones out of our pocket and go into airplane mode. We can all of us do that together. It's going to be an amazing session. Everyone at this point is now in airplane mode on their phone, right? All of us, 100%. It's going to be a great thing. It's going to help with our live stream. We appreciate that, guys. And so, if this is one of those things, I understand that when we have breaks, some of the first thing you want to do is go off of airplane mode, but I would prefer not to have to remind everyone each time. So if you'll go ahead when we resume, if you'll go back into airplane mode, that's really going to help our stream for the event. So thank you for doing that. As the people that I want to acknowledge that are helping us out in a big way this morning are sitting right up there in the front. And so we have all of our judges. All of our judges you met last night. And so, initially when you're trying to figure out the way that the rotation was working and who's who, now you know the judges that we have with us. So to each of our role judges, thank you for being here. Thank you for making this a priority. All of them are very busy people, very busy lives. We just some examples of that last night, and they choose to do this. And so a huge thank you on that contribution. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing this with us. Doing all that piece. And okay, so guys, we're going to get into the role. So the way this works, it's pretty straightforward. We have a 20-minute cycle time. And so what that means is there will be 12 minutes of presentation, and that's a maximum of 12 minutes. If you are an oral presenter, at 10 minutes, I'm going to stand up. I'm going to be sitting right in that seat, and I'm going to stand up. I'm going to look for you just to make eye contact with me. And once you have eye contact with me, that lets me know that you are aware that you're within the 2-minute warning, and that allows me to sit back down. So please do make that eye contact. Don't avoid my eyes, and I remain standing for the final 2 minutes of your presentation, which we would all prefer that not happen. So make eye contact. I'm going to have a seat again. At 12 minutes, I will rise and begin applauding if you are not done. So it is a hard stop at 12 minutes. So after the 12 minutes, we're going to segue immediately into 6 minutes of judge questions. So the questions will come from our panel of judges. I'm not going to put this on you guys. This is a very hard thing to remember. But bonus points, if the bonus points are a thing, which they are not, but if they are a thing, if you remember when the judge asks you a question, if you remember to repeat the question back essentially, it's a good practice because it helps ensure that you understand the question. It gives you a little bit of think time potentially, but then it also makes it to where everyone else hears, because not everyone will necessarily hear the judge's question. And so for everyone in live stream land, but also our audience members, if you repeat back the question, it's a helpful thing. If you do not do that, it does not matter. It will not be held against you in any way. So, but if you do remember, it's a nice thing to do. Okay. 12 minutes, 6 minutes of judge questions. The 6 minutes is not a hard stop, whereas the 12 minutes is. And so if you're in the middle of a response and the 6 minutes has closed, I will let you finish your response. And then we'll go ahead and applaud, and then we'll move to the next presenter. So like I said, 20 minutes cycle time. And so if it's 12 minutes and 6 minutes, that gives us a couple minutes to move to the next presenter. We will stick to that time. And so if, for example, you finish your whole presentation in 10 minutes, and we have a couple extra minutes, we will allow that time to expire, so that it just gives us a little more time in between presenters. So we'll really stick to our 20-minute cycle time. So we have 10 total presenters, and we have a block of 3, a block of 4, a block of 3. So in between the block of 3 and 4, and then 4 and 3, there will be a break when we'll open the doors. During the block of 3, 4, and 3, the doors are to remain closed. Please stay in here. So we do not want people going in and out in the middle of the presentation. So we'll open up the door, and it's a great time to use the facilities, to drink water, something of that nature. So I think we're all good on any of that. Guys, are there any questions? This is a great time if you're an oral presenter and you're unclear on something. This really is the best time for that. Guys, we're going to transition to our first oral presenter. So I'm going to get everything pulled up here, but let's hear it for Jesse C. Bernay II. I'm going to do that very Justin, is that the price for like getting one system? Will you go ahead and just advance this line and verify that it's working? You may begin.
Hello, my name is Jesse Bernay. I'm from Carson High School, and this is my presentation on where I'm going to be talking about the potential of pulse jet engines and industrial applications. So here's what we'll take contents. Introduction, I'll go over a brief overview of pulse jet engines. I'll give a small background of pulse jet engines, their history, what they're used for. I'll give a slide with my hypothesis or research question. I will give a slide on the fuel types and characteristics of these fuel types. And I'll have a slide with results. These are not conclusive. I have more slides past this. So starting off, a brief overview of pulse jet engines. They are an air-breathing propulsion system that operates with intermittent pulsing. So instead of a standard jet engine system where it's a constant burn cycle, it is a on-off, on-off, on-off rotating combustion system. And what that involves is through this system here, a flame deflagrates or moves up and down quickly, and this characterizes their sound, the pulsing sound, their name. They're characterized by simplicity, a lack of major moving parts, especially for me. I used a valveless pulse jet system, so I have 0 moving parts. They have a very high thrust to weight ratio, and these are all pluses. They are cheap to produce, insanely cheap to produce compared to other systems with moving parts, high moving systems. And they, because have very little to none moving parts, their maintenance is nothing. Background on pulse jet engine systems, I have a small little GIF there for you. The cycle is similar to a standard piston engine where it sucks in, combusts, push. But the difference is here, it's going to stop, but the top is constantly moving, and the bottom is also constantly moving. And because of that, the different parts of the engine are constantly at different cycles in the propulsion system. And what that means is, you're getting, even though you're pulsing, you're getting a constant burn, no matter where you are. It does come out of both ends, and it's run off of pressure. So it's sucking in its own air, it's sucking in its own fuel, and it sustains itself. Like here I say, pressure waves drive continuous operation. It is powering by itself. Once you get it going, it not only keeps itself lit, it pulls in its own fuel, and it pulls in its own fresh air. They can be adapted for alternative uses. I have heard they're used for airfield de-icing, industrial heating applications, and remote area propulsion where maintenance is maybe not possible or extreme weather is typically seen. The use of the engine was in the first guided flying missile. As you can see here, and maybe on the first slide, it was the V-1 flying bomb, World War II, and it was used mainly because it was so cheap and disposable. It has been used in several conflicts since then. My hypothesis, research question. My research question was, what fuel compositions consisting of varying proportions of propane and butane yield the highest thrust in a small-scale pulse jet engine? You can see, here's my engine. You see why I didn't bring it. My hypothesis was that the 100% propane will have the highest thrust due to the fact that it has a higher vapor pressure and rapid vaporization. And I believe that because of that, the more efficient mixing of fuel and air, it would have a more efficient combustion. I believe that the 70-30 mix was expected to have, I will tell you this, was expected to have intermediate performance and would have drawbacks and benefits from both sides. And I expected that the butane would be generate the lowest thrust due to the fact that it would not mix very well due to its lower vapor pressure and vaporization rate. So, fuel types and mixtures. As I have a little diagram here, you can see propane does have less physical energy compared to butane. Butane does have an extra carbon atom and 2 extra hydrogen atoms. And that is, I was surprised to see that the butane performed much worse than the propane. But it seems that even though the butane had a higher energy density per volume, and the real deciding factor here was the mixing system and how efficient it was at mixing with the fresh air to produce combustion. The reason why I wanted to test this fuel systems were cost versus efficiency trade-offs. If you don't need peak thrust, then why pay extra more? If you don't need a cheap fuel, why get less performance? And especially here, you have the potential to optimize fuel mixtures for specific applications. If you just need to heat something, why would you pay extra money to gain a lot of thrust? And I believe that optimizing fuel mixtures would greatly improve this system. I have my results here. So I did 3 trials of each, one with 100% butane, propane, one with a 70-30 mix of butane and propane, and one with a 100% butane. I recorded it with peak thrust, I'll go into that a little bit later, and I have the average here. So propane, very obviously, if you can see, was much higher than butane, which is something I was not expecting. I was expecting it to be a little bit more head-to-head, but it seemed like the main deciding factor here with this engine system was the fact that the propane was so much better at mixing with the fresh air that was coming in and able to distribute around the engine more evenly. Future implications. I believe that pull shed engines will be an amazing use for educational tools, for industrial uses. As you can see, really from just one video, you can kind of visualize what's happening within this engine. And that's something you cannot say for other engines. I have been around them a lot, and they are extremely complex machines that take a lot of time to understand. But if you want to be in a physics class, if you want to be teaching people this is how these work, this is a great introduction for educational uses. I also believe they'd be great for hobbyist and small-scale engineering applications. These definitely, because they are so cheap to maintain and produce and to run, I believe they put the power back in the hands of the consumer. The fact that anybody with any time in their garage and no regard for their life can just build this in a garage is insane. That the systems are not possible. Up until very recently, this was something that was kind of unheard of with engine systems. They do have the potential for remote or emergency propulsion systems. So as you can see here, these definitely aren't the most remote systems, but they kind of display that they can be put in situations, well these aren't, no. You can put in situations where maintenance is maybe not accessible, or you need this to run for a certain amount of time at a certain time of day in a certain place, and you cannot access that place. You can install it and forget about it, and it will run for you. Potential applications in aviation. They were used in aviation in the past, but there are several drawbacks. But here, as you can see, this is what I wanted to focus on. Turns out jet engines are really good at melting snow and ice, and they are used in many applications for de-icing airfields. The issue is, these are old MiG-15 engines, and they are extremely expensive to run. Not only fuel costs, but maintenance costs. These are aging systems. So to be able to future-proof these systems and simply swap in a new system that needs little to no maintenance and lasts for many years to come is a great benefit to many governments. About the project, I have a couple steps here. So I'll never describe my testing room. My testing room was the engine was mounted to a salvaged 3D printer linear rail, and it was connected with a small aluminum rod to a scale parallel with the wall. And this was, as it ran, you would push along the linear rail and push it up against the scale. I would measure the peak thrust over a 5-second burn cycle, and I would record that in my logbook. A leaf blower was used to provide forced air for combustion stability during startup. My system is able to remain completely self-sufficient once startup has been achieved, but it definitely is not optimized. I did do this in a well-ventilated area with fire extinguishers, and I wanted to especially show my journey here. I started out with a little jam jar. I started out with a little glass outside with just a hole drilled in the top. I moved to my own 3D printed version of it, and I wanted to continue from there. So I adapted a fuel system to fit, attached a little blowout valve, and I was able to achieve combustion with this as well. And I decided that this wasn't enough for me. I wanted to test more. So I pushed into the metal-scaping world, and I wanted to accentuate this. I did not have access to anything electrical during this. All of this was done via hand tools, hand saws, just hammers. And so all of these are just consumer parts you can go out and buy. None of this was metal works by me. I did not have the capabilities to do this. So as you can see here, these are just cast iron pipes you can buy anywhere. This is an aluminum toilet holder that I attached to a chimney repair piece with high temperature epoxy and shaped into place, stuffed them up. And I really want to accentuate that this was something that anybody could do. This is not something special that is a great achievement. This is something that I wanted to do to prove that anybody could do this. This is a very simple system, and I believe that anybody could do this in a garage. So, talking about limitations, I've listed 6 main limitations that I faced. And my first one was the use of my epoxy. As you might have seen, I don't know how to weld. So I used high temperature epoxy. And it says high temperature, but not really. And so I was limited to 5-second burn cycles, and my engine almost immediately melted down after my 6th trial. And it was tragic. But this really taught me that I had to reinforce places that I wasn't really expecting to reinforce. This showed me that I had to adapt. The connections between the threaded fittings to move along with the connection, again, I did not have access to metalworking. So the insides of these pipes are not smooth. They are threaded together and sealed with epoxy, and that definitely disrupted smooth airflow and prevented peak efficiency. Longevity, like I said before, I was not able to determine long time wear just because I was not able to run it for very long, so I have no clue what else could have gone on after a long use. Angles, again, all this is consumer parts. I do not have the ability to change any of the angles in the curvature of the pipes. I was not able to change any of the widening of pipes or anything of that. These were just consumer parts I was able to pick up. My fuel delivery system was an arm on my soldering iron that I cut the both ends off and crushed with pliers at the key points to let fuel leak out. And it was woefully underpowered and fragile. That was the first part that melted down, and this especially maybe affected later trials where my fuel system was genuinely melting down within the engine. Valves. There are valve pull shed engine designs that I was not able to make due to design constraints. I could not make a system robust enough to implement into my current engine. Anything I tried was either way too fragile or put too much tax on the system to be effective. And I want to give an acknowledgement to my mother. I was very independent in this project. I did all of it myself, but she was the one person standing there with a fire extinguisher, hoping I would die. And she was definitely a great encouragement while I was sitting there by myself in my basement, hammering away. She was definitely helping me out with all that stuff. That is all.
We'll have 6 minutes now, Coach.
The temperature was probably, it wasn't perfectly consistent. It was all done in the same room, and there was no major changes to temperature. This was during the winter, so I would expect it stayed within 60 to 65 degrees Fahrenheit, and the moisture was below average probably, and nothing was changed for any of these. No location changes during any of these testing.
Do you expect these to greatly affect your people?
I don't expect them to,
Given your design?
given my design, maybe, because mine is so inefficient, but the system is so self-reliant, I believe that it would be able to perform well in matter of conditions. That's what I said before, it's a very reliable system. Unless we were doing a huge shift from 90 degrees down to like freezing, maybe it would have been something with the fuels being colder as it entered, but I think as long as it was within reasonable temperature, the fuel was around the same temperature and the air coming in was pretty consistent.
So you mentioned that there are these valve spec systems. How exactly does the valve improve the efficiency of such an engine?
Okay, so the valve improves the system as, if you guys remember the video, the combustion comes out of both ends. And this is efficient for some reasons. It produces a more constant thrust, but it does prevent more efficient fuel integration into the system. And especially during the burn cycle, it hampers the process because the pressure has to fully exit the back and then fully re-enter. It's almost like collapsing back into itself. And so if you have a valve, it allows the fuel to enter in and then it closes for the combustion chamber, the combustion cycle, and then it reopens to let more air in. And so that definitely would allow more air to enter and more fuel to be sucked through compared to my system where it was more naturally aspirated.
Could you go back to your table with the different results? Yeah, I was wondering, what might be a different unit that you would use for peak thrust?
Pounds. I was going to use pounds. I don't know why I put grams, honestly. That was, I think, in my mind space, I wanted it to look a bit more impressive because if you put these down, it's a 25-pound rocket pushing out less than a pound of thrust, and I was like, oh, that's probably not so bueno. So thought maybe I'd put in grams and put some impressive numbers on it. I realized that that is not the ideal.
Yeah, and another quick question. You mentioned vapor pressure. Could you describe what vapor pressure is?
My vapor pressure, can I describe like how it affected? Because I don't really know fully. For me, it was more how quickly I could get fuel into the chamber. Butane was definitely more efficient at like getting through the system due to other constraints, but to get the fuel into the system, propane was definitely the easiest during combustion cycles. When the pressure was coming out the other end, propane was still able to force its way into the chamber, while butane, I don't believe, was nearly as successful in that endeavor.
Can you mention any, say, known differences between propane and butane that might explain your results here?
I think it was mainly a characteristic of my injection system, and because the butane was just able to, it has a lower flame speed. Butane had such a higher flame speed, I didn't mention this. Butane has a higher flame speed, and because of that, I believe it burned down to the ignition system, almost like down to the rod, and while the propane was able to just leak out, and the entire system was just constantly filled with gas. So when the combustion would come back around the other end, it would just have fuel in the air ready to burn, compared to the butane, which had already burned down to the...
But in terms of physical characteristics between the two fuels, like boiling point, stuff like that.
I genuinely, I don't think I did that much research into my, because the operating temperatures and stuff in my engine were not, the design constraints were, there were much bigger results that I don't think I believe that was like that big of an important deal to research that, because there were so many other things that could have been improved. I think that's one of the last things I would be like really trying to narrow down is what fuel temperatures and stuff like that. And again, we mentioned like humidity and temperature before. I don't think those affected my engine nearly as much. So I don't think I put too much restriction on that.
Okay, I think we have no other judge questions, guys. We have about 50 seconds left. Does anyone have a question from the audience? Please, Mr. Coach.
Did you blow yourself up?
Yes, didn't die. The fuel stem melted. Turns out using a soldering iron as a fuel injection system for a rocket engine, not a great idea. It melted out and spit out hot like metal out the back. And I had to very quickly reach over the engine. Smart, put the fuel on the other side of the engine from where I was standing. So I had to reach over the exploding engine to turn it off, and it burned my arm. But that's not, I didn't die, so that's all I'm saying.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and move to our second oral presenter. So this is 2 and our first block of 3. We have Ms. Sarah Bassett from Ramstein. Sarah, come on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Bassett, and from the science school, I'm excited to present my research on improving antigen detection by comparing the performances of random forest and CNLSTM versus two machine learning models to help to prepare against traditional cybersecurity systems to help improve antigen detection. As someone who's deeply passionate about cybersecurity and machine learning, this project allowed me to merge my two interests and real security challenges to allow people to research my findings and the impact of cybersecurity. Acknowledgement. Today, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Harrington, who is here to help me do on my paper, and Ms. Maria White, who helped me with my Python code and helped me clean up my code, and also like to thank my parents who helped me throughout this long process. So, background. So, what is intrusion detection? Intrusion detection is crucial for cybersecurity to help identify unauthorized access on attacks on networks and workspace. Current challenges with traditional detection methods. Today, non-traditional detection methods often rely on rule-based methods or simple machine learning models, which can struggle with the involvement of cybersecurity attacks and also divisive AI, and high false positive rates. So, DDoS. What is DDoS? DDoS is distributed denial of service attacks. This is when a hacker floods a website or network so much that the website gets crashed down unavailable for users. Even my experience with cyber protection and internship at the United States Air Force Cyber Operations Squadron, we also talked about how rampant DDoS attacks are, how easy they are to make and how easy they are to take down systems. Research objective and hypothesis. So my research focused on guessing whether a machine learning model can improve intrusion detection while minimizing false positive rates compared to traditional methods, like signature-based or standalone machine learning classifiers. My hypothesis is that AI, like random forest, and CNLSTM will do better than traditional methods, outperform traditional rule-based methods in detecting DDoS attacks. I base this hypothesis on the fact that AI can process a large amount of data in a short amount of time compared to the traditional security systems. So materials. So materials I used for my project were first Python, which is a coding language, TensorFlow, sklearn, which are two different machine learning model libraries, Pandas, which helped me read my code, and Seabird, which helped me create my user matrix at the end. Dataset I used was the CICDS 2017 intrusion dataset. I'll be talking more about the dataset after on. Models prepared, I used random forest and CNLSTM. Traditional method I used, I created a Python script based on threshold methods. And evaluation metrics are accuracy, precision, recall, and false positive rates. So this I used the CICDS 2017 benchmark cybersecurity aims, which is used for cybersecurity tests with AI and machine learning algorithms. It includes real-world traffic and covering both normal activity and post-attack activity. Both models were trained both using the 80-20% data set. Why 80-20%? 80-20 training split set balances learning and evaluation. Using 80% of the data for training ensures model learns attack patterns, and effectively, while 20% uses this to test it against new threats. This prevents overfitting of the data and underfitting, making the model more reliable for real-world cybersecurity threats. And I also use Pandas, which is Python library, to help clean my data set, removing any holes or null values. So the models I used. So the first model I used was random forest. Random forest is a machine learning algorithm that makes predictions by combining multiple decision trees. Think of it like a team of experts working together to make a decision, instead of relying on just one expert. Why I chose this because it's way more accurate and multiple trees produce errors. Also prevents overfitting of data. One tree might memorize all the data from the forest, so it will be way more general and spread out. And also handle missing data. Well, since my data set is network packets, there's also going to be some missing packets throughout my data set. And you have this model can work with different types of scenarios. For example, medical diagnosis, cybersecurity, obviously, and financial. And this is the code. This 3 lines of code are the 3 lines of code that were used to help train and test my data set. So next we have the CNN LSTM, convolutional neural networks, or long-shift memory networks. CNN LSTM is a combination between these two different models. CNN is good at recognizing patterns in images and structured data. Think of it like a super smart eye that can spot features and pictures. And LSTM is this type of recurrent neural network that's great for understanding sequences over time. Imagine like a memory system now look through its past experiences to make itself better in the future. And this is the code I use to help train this data set. And the last one is the rule-based system. This is what I use to simulate traditional methods that I use nowadays. This is a simple Python script I created based on if-then logic. Basically, is that, for example, my packet threshold is 1,000 per second. So if there's 2,000 packets going through a system in 1 spin second, this will be flagged as a DDoS attack. Because the DDoS attack is when a hacker overflows the system. The next one we have is 10,000 bandwidths per second. So if it's underneath 10,000 bandwidths per second, this will be flagged as regular normal traffic. Since there's no over the whole network's no code. So results. So after my code, I made this program give me a read matrix for each model. So as you can see, false negatives, which are predicted benign, but actually DDoS is 84,155 packets. This basically means that it predicted as safe, those predicted as safe, but was actually dangerous. And we're true positive attacks is predicted DDoS, but actually DDoS is 43,470. And we have true negatives, which predicted benign, or actually benign, is 64,202. But over here is predicted as DDoS, but actually was benign, was 33,484. As you can see, this is really bad because over here we have the false negatives, which means that people who go into the system and go to safe websites, or like YouTube, what's going on Google, are getting blocked because the system says it's dangerous. So next we have deep learning, or CNLSTM. We have false negatives predicted benign, but actually DDoS, which is 9. And true positive is predicted DDoS, was actually DDoS, with 38,684. As you see, this number is way low, the 9 is way more lower than the traditional methods that we use nowadays. And over here we have true negatives, which is 29,610, which means was predicted as safe or benign, and it was actually benign. We have false positive, which is predicted as DDoS, and we're actually DDoS, which is 38,084. And the last model I use is random forest. Over here we have benign attacks, because benign but actually DDoS, which is 7, compared to the CNN LSTM, which is way lower. Over here we have predicted as DDoS, and actually DDoS was 38,286 packets throughout the whole network. Over here we have predicted DDoS, and actually benign is 0. And over here we have predicted benign, but actually benign is 29,321. So now the results. This is way more easy to read and understand. As you can see, random forest has accuracy of 99.99%, precision of 100%, and a recall of 99.98%, and the F1 score of 99.99%. And F1 score is basically the average between precision and recall. And over here we have CNN-LSTM following closely behind with 99.95% accuracy, and 99.97% precision, and 99.90% recall. And the F1 score of 99.95%. A rule-based system that companies use nowadays is 47.70. As you see, this is way underneath 50%, precision of 56%, a recall of 34%, and an F1 score of 47%. In conclusion, this research demonstrates that random forest and CNLST models can significantly enhance intrusion detection accuracy while reducing false alarms. These findings have practical implications of cybersecurity, especially in improving threat detection in military networks, companies, and also schools. Moving forward, future research could also focus on making this way more available for other types of attacks, not only DDoS, for example, police tab or other SQL injection. And that's it.
Thank you.
I got a quick question. When
Yes.
you were introducing random forest, you mentioned that it's good about not overfitting data. What does it mean to overfit data?
Overfit data is basically when a model is really small, then the data says we use it for example, this one had over 20,000 packets, so this one forces itself inside a model that should have the same size. Because random forest is multiple trees, so it can be bigger or small depending on big the size.
Yeah, I guess another question I have is what does the raw data, like the training set, actually look like here?
Well, it was basically a huge, really huge Excel sheet with the packets numbers, the board amount of packets, so how much packets are going to the system, the other section with how many packets came out of the system. It was a huge data set with over 20,000 rows in Excel.
So it seems like, so there's increased web traffic due to an actual cybersecurity attack,
Yes.
but there could also just be increased web traffic because maybe you've made a really popular
Yeah.
website. What's kind of the key distinguishing feature between a malicious attack versus just having a popular website?
Yeah, so basically the difference is mostly how much packets are going in, like you said. Even though it might be safe, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So if it's like over 20,000, 30,000 variables going to a network, and at least a second, that's quite suspicious because this cannot be someone who's doing some simple work on Google Docs or Google Slides.
Would you mind, I'm sorry, would you mind going back to the first bar graph that you had? I think it's the third one, just showing my,
Oh,
yes. Just so, showing my ignorance in what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
On the y-axis, you have count numbers, 20,000, 220,000. Can you tell me what those numbers are
Sure.
representing?
So these numbers are representing the Excel sheet or the data set. So over here, this is how the count of size, how much packets. So over here you can see it's around like 100,000 packets which are safe, benign, and over here we have over 120,000 packets which are dangerous attacks or irregular activity.
Okay, so a packet is an activity. What's a packet?
A packet is basically, so when you go Google something to search something, that's a packet sent through a network before your website.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question on what exactly does recall mean in your second to last slide?
Oh. A recall?
Yeah.
A recall is basically, so recall is basically how the, after the training data, how fast to give us the information.
And I have another question on if, does your model have a temporal component, so and it adapt to increasing traffic over time? So let's say, this is related to Dr. Hall's question earlier, so all of a sudden, you have low traffic for a while, but then all of a sudden something changes, it becomes really popular, and then the model needs to include that into determining whether something is a threat or not. How do you include that?
Actually, for now, my model is not that good at setting high activity, but in future mission I would like it to be vetted properly and also fit in different types of also depending on the business it could be different. So for example in business, network traffic can be low and all of a sudden it can be high, but I'll try and choose to make that better.
I have one more quick question. Could you go back to the list of Python libraries you use? Yeah, could you just describe what each of those is for?
Sure, yeah. So TensorFlow Escape Runner are the model, basically the bear-based model. They help me create like an empty skeleton for my reinforced CNSTM. Pandas is the hacking library set, which I used to read my data and look for any null values throughout my data set. Cbrun is basically a library that I used to create my confusing matrices that are at the end of Word, different colored or blue squares.
Could you mention briefly how this, so basically you're describing these methods as an AI or machine learning type of method to detect cybersecurity threats. And surely there are similar efforts out there in the industry. Can you describe a little bit of what's going on out there and how yours compares to those?
So obviously my one was a bit lower. For example, but the most of readings or research I saw, they only used either random forms and LSTM, but they combined it together into a hybrid model. For me, I took these two models and made them separately and compared them against JSHS methods. So I think that's different on mine, which is compared to other researchers on the website.
Thank you, Nasara. In this first block of oral competition, we have our third, and so this will conclude this block, and then we'll have a brief pause after this before we resume with the second block of competition. So here with us, again, a returner from Sigonella, we have Alex Quintanilla. Alex, come on up.
Hello, I'm Alex Quintanilla. I'm from Sigonella High School. Been doing this for 3 years now, so maybe third time's the charm. Before I begin, I'd like to thank my mentor, Mr. Holly, for guidance, my AP research peers over there for their feedback, and my parents for their support. So the last 2 years, I've done my project on Rubik's Cubes and algorithms, so I wanted to focus on algorithms specifically. Naturally, I turned to AI. I chose this project as a part of my AP research class because I'm interested in healthcare as a future career. So I wanted to combine coding, algorithms, and healthcare into something that could matter. And creating an AI chatbot that can diagnose patients, fosters honest communication with patients, it can lower doctor workload, and most important, I think, it opens the door for treatment in areas where healthcare might not be as accessible. So, I'm sure everyone has seen or heard of, used ChatGPT. It's the dominating chatbot right now. A chatbot is just a computer program that stimulates conversation with human users. They work in basically 3 steps: understanding, retrieving, and responding. They use natural language processing to interpret text and large language models to predict the most appropriate reply. Rule-based chatbots use data sets and pre-written responses from those data sets, while AI chatbots, like ChatGPT, generate responses dynamically through generative AI. And generative AI, they just work through large language models, most notably deep learning models like transformers. So for ChatGPT, GPT would be the transformer. AI takes patterns from massive text databases like books to learn grammar, sentence structure, and other language rules to predict the next most likely word. Inputs get broken down into tokens, so this is a token, which is then just numerical representations of words. They have multiple advantages, like they can generate human-like responses, they're flexible in conversation, and they're relatively cheap to operate, but they also have limitations like hallucinations, so they generate a lot of false information. They also take really big computer power, and they struggle with nuanced emotion, which is why I decided to focus on empathy. And empathy, especially in a healthcare setting, is so important. A study done by the Healthcare Management Department at the University of Pennsylvania found that of 153 patients tested, 81% of the time, empathetic qualities led to significant and positive outcomes. So empathy is just defined as the awareness of other people's emotions and understanding their feelings. And this is evident in healthcare settings, which I thought was really interesting. physicians mimic the tone of voice of their patients, and that's one way that you can play empathy. And we can measure this numerically through multiple kinds of tests. There's the CARE, Consultation Relational Empathy Measure, so this survey that you might have received before in your life. And there's the Jefferson Scale of Patient Perceptions of Physician Empathy, which is this. These are just two different ways to measure empathy in a physician setting, but there's multiple other tests that could be used. So my problem was, can we develop an AI chatbot that is as empathetic and accurate as a human physician? And my hypothesis was that AI chatbots that incorporate advanced natural language processing will score similarly or higher than human physicians in assessments of empathy and diagnostic accuracy. To do this, I created the base of my chatbot on Google AI Studio. It's just a free website that you can go on Google. I used the Gemini 2.0 Flash experimental model for my AI. In Google AI Studio, I fine-tuned using data sets of an AI model, and then I used another one, and I used system instructions. Then I went into Visual Studio Code, which is just an external coding application, and I combined these two methods actually. So first, as I mentioned, I made a fine-tuned model. I trained the AI on a data set I created. It's 50 inputs and 50 outputs that I divided into 5 empathetic qualities: active listening, empathy and validation, clarity and transparency, small talk, and solution-focused guidance. You can see that this is color-coded before it cuts off. The input is just possible things that a patient could say to a doctor, and the output is just empathetic responses that the doctor would give and the AI would best train on. Then I created my prompt for the system instructions part of my AI. This is just telling the AI what it is. So if you are a healthcare chatbot, it has to diagnose patients. And I gave it some rules like don't use bullet points, don't ask so many questions at one time, just to make conversation more fluid. I extracted both those codes, and this is the extracted code. You can see the tuned model right here, and here you can see the beginning of the system instructions before it cuts off. Then I combined these two codes in Visual Studio, and again, you can see the system instructions right here, the model right here, and then I added an introduction code and a quick code just for user use, make it easier. This is what it looks like when you run it in terminal, and then I use HTML, CSS styling to just make the format more user-friendly. For collecting data, I created 50 fake scenarios using age, sex, medical history, allergies, symptoms, duration of symptoms, recent activity, and a disease. To measure this, I based my conversations off those scenarios I created. I would describe symptoms and other conditions that the AI would ask me for, and then it would provide me a diagnosis. After, I would go into Google Forms, and using the CARE measure that I mentioned previously by Stuart Mercer, I would evaluate the quality of the AI's performance based on the conversation we had. And then after that, I had a second section which asked about the accuracy. So what diagnosis was given to you, what diagnosis did the AI provide, was it correct? This is just a sample of my raw data. That's what it looked like. It's really big, so they're all there. And this is my data organized. At the top, we can see the diagnostic accuracy. 34 of 50 were correctly identified, while 16 of 50 were not. And the AI would give multiple diagnoses. And so if it did have the correct diagnosis somewhere in there, I gave it the points because AI doesn't have the tools that physicians do, like blood work, temperature. So I kind of gave it the benefit of the doubt. We can see that misdiagnosis in general practitioners is only about 10% of scenarios. So yes, the accuracy was unfortunately lower in my AI. But for my empathy score, which I compared normative general practitioner scores to my AI, the normative scores were from the CARE measure person who created it, Stuart Mercer. He did baseline research for the normative scores based on 5,191 patient data. And so we can see that the overall score for my AI was lower, just by a little bit. But You can see that in specific sections, like especially in this chart, it's very visual, that for each question, you can see that sometimes the AI with the red would score higher than the normative, and sometimes it would score lower. So I thought it was interesting how, in specific scenarios, the AI could outperform or be outperformed. Here's my statistical analysis. I used Welch's t-test because the standard deviation and the sample size were very different from each other. My AI chatbot mean, as I mentioned, was 45.38, and the standard deviation, which was relatively low, was 1.354. Using the general practitioner norm data from Mercer, I found the mean and standard deviation using his data, which was 46.53 and 2.472. And once I did my p-test, I found that I had a p-value of 2.624 times 10 to the negative 7. And this is significantly lower than my significance level, which was 0.05. So I came to the conclusion that the null hypothesis was unsupported by the statistics, and therefore the hypothesis was supported. AI chatbots incorporating advanced natural language processing score similarly or higher than human decisions in assessments of empathy. So I faced some limitations like time. Each scenario took about 10 minutes to talk to the AI, and that's 50 scenarios. So, you know, it takes time. It doesn't even include how long it took me to build the model and train it. But I do have 50 more scenarios that I plan to do. I just haven't had time to do it yet. I also, as I mentioned, AI doesn't have tools like lowering your temperature or doing your blood work, so the diagnosis isn't that accurate for those reasons, is why I assume. The Gemini AI model I used was also free, so there are more advanced models out there, but I just wasn't able to access them. I also had maybe a bit of a personal bias, because I was the only one to do the test. So everybody perceives empathy differently. So I think that it also helps standardize my tests. But it would be interesting as a future plan to have other people try my chatbot and see how they would rank it versus my ranking. And I think I will do that for my AP research. I also want to try to handle more niche communication, so like slang. And I want to explore the individual questions, as I mentioned, like sometimes it scored higher and sometimes it scored lower. So maybe I could do some research onto why that happens. I want to improve the accuracy, of course, and I want to cater towards different cultures. So, while I don't believe empathy will be replacing us, or AI will be replacing us anytime soon, an empathetic chatbot that can diagnose patients is a step towards more compassionate, accessible, and patient-focused healthcare. Empathy can provide instant, judgment-free support to anyone, anywhere, whether a patient is in a remote area, or healthcare, or just doesn't want to interact with humans. But in a world where access to healthcare isn't always fair and equal, AI can help bridge the gap, bringing healthcare support to those who need it most. These are my references, and thank you. Any questions?
I have a question. Could you go back to the statistical slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, so here you've got two means that are separated by less than a standard deviation. And I was wondering, could you tell me what that p-value actually represents and why you used that test?
I used the t-test because I had two independent means. And normally with the t-test, they're normalized in the way that your standard deviation for both would be the same and your sample size would be the same. But because my sample sizes were so different and my standard deviations weren't the same, I used Welch's t-test because that's what you're supposed to do when your variance is different. The p-value is just the probability that your null hypothesis will happen, and because my p-value was so low, I rejected my null. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You said that one of your future goals is to obviously improve the diagnostic accuracy.
Yes.
Have you thought about how you would do that?
A lot of people. Okay, sorry. I do have to answer this. I didn't use anything to train my AI to like I didn't use a data set of patient symptoms and possible diagnosis. So if I were to go into the future, I would train the AI based on symptoms and possible diagnosis instead, so that way it would be more accurate, but because I didn't have the time, I didn't do that for this project. And I wanted to focus more on the empathy portion too, so that's why, and that's how I would do it. Yeah.
So you mentioned the process of like tokenizing
Yes.
inputs. Why do we need to tokenize inputs before we feed them into something like one of these networks?
Okay. Here is mine where I talk about tokenizing. So, I mean, it's just to turn these words into numerical values that natural language processing can then understand. And you can actually see tokenizing in my code right here, because nothing in life is free, so that's the max amount of tokens that I'm allowed to use with this AI for free. Luckily I didn't go over that, but yeah, that's tokens and why they matter. Yep.
Question is, did I understand right that you are the only human evaluator
Yes.
of empathy?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And do you see a limitation with that?
Absolutely. I did mention that as a limitation, as possible bias, because I might think that my AI is more empathetic just because I might get more. I like my AI. So
My follow-up is, what would you expect in different cultures? Because you have experienced different cultures as well, so just can you speculate on what you might encounter in different cultures when it comes to needing empathy and healthcare settings?
of course, I'm Asian, so I've seen a lot of Asian households where maybe technology isn't as accepted. So I think that if I were to maybe test this on an Asian mother or somebody who's just not as accepting to technology, having empathy in my AI could maybe help them be more open to that. So that's how I think it would differentiate. Of course.
And we still have time. I wanted to ask you about hallucinations and where they can play a role and damage your use of these chatbots. Would that be on diagnostic accuracy? Could they have made up things on empathy? Yeah.
Yes. I think the hallucinations definitely have the biggest role in my accuracy portion because it would just list as much diseases that I could think of that could relate, even though it might not be the exact one. And that's why I mentioned that I had multiple diagnoses, and even if it gave me multiple, I still counted it as correct if it gave the correct diagnosis somewhere in there, because I just want to give it the benefit of the doubt. And possibly a future direction would be to limit those hallucinations, and as I mentioned before, that would be through maybe incorporating data sets of diagnosis and symptoms.
And of the other commercial, I guess, chatbots or tools out there used by, I don't know, outfits like WebMD and so on, and maybe even some of the bigger clinics, that might be good. Did you look into that a little bit? Yeah, you mentioned that you didn't have access to those. Well, obviously, you would have to pay for those. But can you give perhaps a little bit of an overview of what you were able to find and whether you think they are also trying to improve empathy?
One of the most dominating healthcare chatbots that I found was actually called Robot. It's like just a healthcare chatbot that you talk to, and it gives diagnosis as well. And I think they probably are a little bit more advanced than mine because they are a company and they have more access to better AI models. So, but I wanted to focus specifically on empathy. Well, applications like Robot focus more on accuracy. Yeah. There are also other ones that focus more on mental disorders and like therapeutic chatbots. So I'm not allowed to do stuff as like therapy stuff and mental health stuff in my school for my AP research class. So I focus on disease and stuff.
Yeah, so you mentioned that it could basically spit out multiple different diagnoses, but as long as one of them was correct, you counted the entire diagnosis as correct.
Yeah.
Do you see any potential pitfalls?
Yeah, absolutely. But because I just wanted a general accuracy score, like what the potential there could be, because I really wanted to focus more on texting, so the accuracy wasn't as important to me. So accuracy as a future direction, maybe I would be more specific with it.
Thank you, Alex. Okay, guys, so we have a brief pause. This is going to be a 15-minute break. You'll notice in the program that it has us resuming the next block at 15 past the hour. And guys, 15 past the hour means that the next presenter is beginning at 15 past the hour. So that does not mean filtering in at 15 past the hour. Okay? So manage your time, but we have a little bit of a break. Okay? So.
I know, I can hear it. You can always try to find it.
Yeah, I'm playing here. Going down that word.
You're saying you're going to go all that this year?
No.
I feel really like I'm in love.
it's not, it's the opposite. It's like, you can't, that's that Einstein question about it. You can't explain it simply, that you don't know it. You've got to explain it to anyone. So that's, it's just so, but that also makes it very accessible. That's actually what the judges do appreciate too. You say
Okay guys, we are going to begin our second block of orals competition. We have 4 presenters in this block, so we'll just move through them sequentially. With us, we have from Wiesbaden High School, Isaac Mason.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'll be beginning with my presentation, Closing the Gap, How Magnet Spacing Affects Speed and Stability in Maglev Systems. So what I'm going to cover today, I'll start with the introduction to maglev trains and how they work, talk about how I built my own model, the experimental setup that I use, the results, conclusions and takeaways, and then we'll move on to acknowledgements and Q&A at the end. So, intro to maglev trains. So there are 2 main functions that maglev trains have in order to work properly. They need to be levitated up and propelled forward, and both are done using magnets. To levitate a maglev train, there are 2 main systems, the electrodynamic suspension system and the electromagnetic suspension system. The electrodynamic suspension system uses same polarity magnets to push the train upwards, like with magnets lined on the top of the track and magnets lined on the bottom of the train, like this picture here. The electromagnetic suspension system uses a train with lips around the track and magnets lined along the bottom of the track to pull the train up and therefore push it up, kind of. But instead of using same polarity, use opposite polarity to pull the train. So why is levitating important? Well, it eliminates friction from wheels. With real train systems, you have wheels that are rubbing against the track, and energy is coming out of that system, making it less efficient. So with no wheels, we have less friction. The only friction you really have to deal with is air resistance, and a more efficient system in general. For forward propulsion, it's a different concept. The tracks are lined with alternating polarity magnets, and the same is done with the train. And so, as you can see in this diagram, the north polarity magnet on the track is pushing forward on the train, while the south polarity magnet is pulling forward at the train on the same time. So it's pretty efficient and pretty cool. And it's important because it uses all electricity. It's just electromagnets, and it allows the train to achieve a speed of 500 kilometers. So my research question is, how does the spacing between magnets impact the speed and stability of maglev trains? Now, why is this important? Well, maglev trains are these epic systems. They weigh several tons, and they're literally levitating through the air and traveling at super fast speeds. So why don't we see them across the world? I mean, I know I've never been on a maglev train. I wish I could have been, but they're really cool. Why don't we see them around? Well, that's because they're super expensive. I mean, you have to think about all the electromagnets that are being put into the track and the train for several miles of a train system. So by optimizing spacing of magnets, we can reduce the amount of magnets we use while achieving a balance between speed and stability to decrease the cost of these systems. So we could see maglev trains being used more wide around the world, and we're solving this engineering challenge of stability versus speed. So how I built my model. All right, here's my model. So one of the main components of my model is the neodymium N42 magnets that I use. Now, these are some pretty strong magnets. They're not that dangerous, but they're really hard to work with. If you let them sit next to each other and they snap together, they could break themselves. That happened a couple times. It was pretty annoying. But yeah, so I really want to talk about the process that I went through with this model. You can see I have some battle scars here. In fact, this entire system was on a completely different base for the first whole half that I was building it. I had to move the entire model because I had redone so many things and tweaked so many things that the base had like given out. There was like holes. It was even uglier than it is now. But no, that's not what we're going for. We're going for effectiveness. And so there are three main iterations I had. Well, first I started with the 2 lines of magnets. That was the essential part of the system that I needed. And so I made the 2 lines of magnets. I made a train car using electrodynamic suspension to push the train up with same polarity magnets. And it didn't work. It derailed immediately because there's nothing holding it in place, and it just wasn't stable enough. So I added some guide rails on the side made of rulers. And this worked for a little bit too until it didn't. The magnets were strong enough to actually push the rulers. They bent the rulers, and it still moved. It still derailed. So I had to add 2 support blocks on each side to keep the rulers in place, and then that allowed me to achieve smooth traveling for the train car. And I could then go on to conducting my experiment. So for the experimental setup, for propulsion method, I had to use gravity. Well, I didn't have to, but I chose to use gravity because as long as I maintained the same weight for the train car, it would produce consistent results. And I wouldn't have to use, for example, a spring or push it forward, which might introduce like variability that I didn't want. And I used 60 trials, 15 per spacing setup, just to try and get the most accuracy possible. And some of the measured variables I had was I measured the time that the train car took to complete the track, and then I could then calculate the average speed for that instance using distance over time, because I could just measure the distance of the track. And I then jotted down the level of instability, so severe, mild, or none. Severe was categorized by rocking in the train, mild was categorized by any vertical fluctuations, and none would be categorized by like no vertical fluctuations, just a smooth ride. So for each spacing setup, I would set up the track and train. I would have to like rebuild the model a little bit, then conduct the time trials, analyze the stability, and calculate and compare results. So now I'm going to talk about the results a bit. For the 2 centimeter spacing, this was the largest spacing that I used in my track. So this provided the fastest speed, but it was also severely unstable. Every single trial was categorized as severe rocking, and the train car was literally dipping in between magnets before it was being pushed up again. There were not any instances of derailment, but there was like severe rocking. So the average speed was 0.251 meters a second across all the trials. And there's a little graph. It just shows, It just shows the speed on the bottom here, and it has like a pretty normal distribution, so that's nice. And that's how many of like those trials happen in between these 2 bin widths of speed. And so for the 1.5 centimeter spacing, we saw a slight decrease in speed and a slight increase in stability. So now you had 5 mild stability trials and 10 severe trials. Still pretty unstable, not safe enough, but we are getting more stable, but the speed is also going down, which is the important trend to note here. And for the 1 centimeter spacing, this had the first instance of no instability, so it was a smooth ride. But the average speed also took a huge hit. You can see it went down to the 0.1s, and but there was a significant improvement in stability and a significant decrease in speed. And lastly, for the no spacing set, we have the most stable. There were 8 no instability trials, so 8 no instability and 7 mild. So we had more stable trials than unstable trials. But the average speed also took another dive, going down to 1.13. So the general trend being that as stability increases, the speed decreases, and as magnet spacing decreases, if that makes sense. But it'll make more sense with some graphs later on. But right now I'm going to talk about the statistical analysis I did. So for statistical analysis, I wanted to make sure that there was actually a difference between the results, the speed results from the 2 centimeter spacing and the no centimeter spacing. So they had the same amount of values in each, so I used a 2-sample t-test with a null hypothesis that there was no significant difference in the mean speeds, and an alternate hypothesis that the 2 centimeter spacing leads to a higher true mean speed. I conducted the t-test and I achieved a p-value of 0.0001, which is less than my p-value of 0.05, meaning it is statistically significant because my p-value, which is the probability that the null hypothesis was correct, that there was no difference, was lower than our statistically significant value of 0.05. There is more evidence to support the alternative hypothesis that a 2 centimeter spacing actually leads to a higher true mean speed. So this is a really cool graph. It allows you to visualize the data in like many ways. So here we have speed on the y-axis, and each color is the different spacing. So the 2 centimeter spacing takes the highest values overall. I mean, there's still a lot of variability here, which is really cool because it actually correlates with the instability. So this was the most unstable value, and it's shown in the differences in values here. Like you can see, that line is very erratic. Same with the 1.5 spacing. That one was also very unstable, and it also has a pretty erratic trend line. But it's consistently pretty below the blue line, so the speed is decreasing. And then we get to the yellow, the 1 centimeter. It's much more stable, but it's also much slower. And then we have our most stable, which is, I'm pretty proud of that straight line there. I mean, it shows that it's pretty stable, but it's also the slowest. And then here's just another way to visualize the instability of the train cars. If you remember, the 2 centimeter spacing had all severe instability. Then we have like about 2/3 instability here, and 1/3 complete stability, and then pretty like a nice distribution for the 1 centimeter. And then we have the most stable no magnet spacing trials. So what key findings did I take from this? Well, to optimize speed and stability for this experiment, the 1 centimeter balances stability and speed pretty well. That was the one where we had our first instance of no instability. So we could build off that, making the model better in other ways once we already have the potential for no instability. But it doesn't have the lowest speed like the no spacing magnets. So again, going back to too much spacing causes rocking, but too little spacing slows down the train. So in the future, this could be applied to bigger systems, real-life systems, to fine-tune the spacing in those systems and balance efficiency. And again, really could reduce costs and heat those trains around the world. And that's really what I wish for this research, is that I or someone else would pick up, someone else interested in maglev trains, could pick it up and apply them to bigger and better systems and reduce wobbling in those systems, increase speed, and in general optimize those systems using magnet spacing to become more feasible economically, and also more efficient. And then that we could see more maglev trains around the world, and maybe I'll finally get to ride one. So now I want to show my references first, and then I wanted to acknowledge Ms. Haycraft. Thank you for telling me about this opportunity. It's the only way I could be here, and my parents for helping me, buying all my materials, giving me the time and space I needed to complete my experiment. And the audience, thank you for listening.
Now, 6 minutes of joke.
I have one there. I don't know if you say how long are the magnets to try to get a feeling of 1 centimeter, what percentage it is.
Okay.
So how much is gap magnet?
Right. Okay. So let's go back to the model here. So each magnet was pretty small. The largest magnet that I used was 2 centimeters, and those were the ones I had here. So these were the largest magnets I used. They're about 2 centimeters long.
So if you think it works well with 2 centimeters magnet, 1 centimeter gap, you said at the beginning that your motivation to do this project was to see the cost savings so that it could be used more broadly.
Right.
Would you be also saving 1/3 of the cost versus having a continuous magnet?
Well,
In material at least?
right. That's what I'm getting at, is that you cover more distance with less magnets, so you would have to use less magnets, and like the train cost per mile, the track cost per mile would decrease. because I mean, it's in like the millions. The cost per, well, obviously it's in the millions, but it's very high. The cost per mile of train tracks, or maglev train tracks, is very high.
And last one, still related to this, because I want to know if it's the size of the gap or the ratio. Do you think this will scale up? If your magnets were 10 centimeters long, would you need 5 centimeters gaps?
So I didn't want to draw any conclusions about that for real life systems. I would hope that we could see a similar trend in that ratio. But there are several more factors that go into the bigger systems, so I just can't draw any conclusions about that. But the general trend, notice that the larger spacing decreases stability, and decreased speed is what I really wanted to focus on, because that could be applicable to real-life systems.
Could you speculate on why increasing the spacing decreased stability?
That's a great question. I actually was thinking about that earlier. So what I would speculate is that you have, okay, so it also led me to a limitation of my model. So my model is tilted at a 30-degree angle, right? So when you have a more consistent magnetic force, and that magnetic force is pushing like in this direction, right? So it's pushing in both the y-axis and the x-axis. So it's pushing up against the train, so that's an opposing force to the train, but and then that would decrease the speed theoretically. So when you have a more consistent magnetic force, they're saying that there's more magnets pushing against the train, which slows the speed. Does that make sense?
Physicist first.
Yeah. What is the magnetic field, and like where do they come from?
Okay. Well, I mean, magnetic fields. Sorry, magnetic fields are. Well, I mean, they're part of magnets. I guess they are caused by magnets. Obviously, you have the Earth's magnetic field. Sorry, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'd love to talk to you more about that.
You mentioned like an electromagnet.
Right.
Like what sort of magnets do they use in real magnetic systems?
So in real magnetic systems, you are using electromagnets. So they're much stronger. And specifically, actually, there's with the two types of magnetic levitation that I talked about earlier. So with electromagnetic suspension, the one that pulls the train up from the bottom, you don't need to use the strong magnets because it's more of just a directional force. But the for the electrodynamic suspension, which is the system I kind of modeled, you need to use much stronger superconducting magnets, and yeah, but it's more stable at higher speeds.
So for your propulsion, you want that to be constant, right?
Right.
Okay. What challenge do you see using gravity to provide propulsion?
Right, so I mean, gravity is like acceleration, so the speed is not the same like at the beginning of the trial. Like the speed's going to be lower because it's accelerating as it goes down. But that acceleration is constant, so as long as we keep the weight the same, it should provide consistent enough results to get the values that I need. But the one limitation that I really didn't think of was the one that I talked about earlier, that gravity, the tilt of the train could be causing more difference in results than I would hope for. Does that answer your question? Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I've got a question about that one plot. You had the scatter plot where you showed all the results.
Oh, yeah, my favorite. It's not. It's just like for example, this was the first trial, the second trial. It doesn't matter. Sorry. Yes.
Would you consider doing a hybrid track where you have different species?
So the question was, would you consider doing a hybrid track? Sorry, I have to repeat your questions. Okay. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. That would allow me to see like the difference. Like for example, if the train is rocking up until a certain point and then it smooths out, I mean that'd be really cool to see. That would just verify the results more. But I mean, that's definitely something I can do in the future with all the rebuilding I have to do with my model. It'd be pretty easy. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys. Okay, in the second block of orals, our second presenter is with us again from AFNorth. Welcome, Kenan Hager.
My name is Kenan Hager, and I made a coding process that converts Python code into HTML code. I would first like to acknowledge Mr. Swift for allowing me to do this and bringing us here, along with providing resources along the way, and my parents for helping me set up my computer and just general motivation along the way. My inspiration for this was the fact that DoDEA courses have two different coding curriculums. One of them is for web development specifically, and the other one is for programming. And I believe that it was unnecessary to have two courses that both lasted 3 years to teach these two different sections, even though obviously programming only has two non-AP courses directed to it. And I also realized that if they're separate, then they have to be separate in the career fields. I was looking it up, and using Python and HTML have different jobs that are related to it. So if you could just combine the process in which you make it, you could save companies money by allowing one person to do both jobs. Background for this, Python and HTML are the most common languages in their respective fields, but they serve completely different purposes, which is the reason behind the project, or one of them. HTML is a markup language, which means that it displays the front end of the project, so like how something looks on a page, the GUI, or the graphical user interface of the page, and how it is going to be represented to the viewer, while Python is a programming language which focuses more on algorithms, math-based, and data management. HTML is part of the front end of web development, so in web development both of them are used. HTML is the front end, which is the user experience, while Python is back end, which is data management, cookies, what have you. And here's my graph that shows that Python is the most popular programming language. During my research, I found that 48% of Python users actually use it for web development, presumably for back-end purposes, and that 23% of people have that as their primary function. And this is the most common function of Python in the current day. And it's that 38 people know HTML as a secondary language. So having the ability to just have one language that accomplishes both outputs would be helpful for these people and anyone else trying to get into this. So the process in which I was going to make my code, or which I had to make my code, was to first create a Python script that would run through the Python script that you write that you want to convert into HTML, and find the HTML components of that and create a system in which to read it. And then after you found a system in which to read the HTML code that was within your Python code, you would then write that HTML or Python code as HTML code in a separate document. So it was a 3-document process: an original raw document that contains the raw Python with the formatting that you would use to create HTML, and a converter which would take that raw document and sift it, and then a final output which would be a completely separate document that would be the HTML code that you have created. So the system for this was a lexer, parser, and interpreter system. This is very similar to what I did last year whenever I was creating a coding language, so I'll go through the steps real quick. A lexer takes in information and creates tokens out of it. So if you put in like 4, like as written out, or however, it will make that 4 a number integer, like Alex said, and it will be able to read it as a computer. So the point of a lexer is to allow the computer to read what it is. And then it writes it like this. Then a parser takes it and makes it functional as so a computer can continue the process in which it needs to create the output. So a parser will take the tokens It then will, add parentheses, add syntax to it, and list it out in a way for the computer to be able to run the program. Then the interpreter is what prints out the answer running all of that, and is really what drives the whole thing. Here's the example of it in my code. So the lexer is called here, the parser is called here, and this is the entire interpreter. So don't mistake that this is the entire lexer, this is the entire parser. They are much larger chunks of code above it, but this is where they're called. So the lexer will take in the code, it will prep the lines, prep them, it then lists them. So it will create a matrix type system of all the lines. So each line is separated in a separate list using a global variable function, allowing me to iterate through the lists and name them all different numbers so I can find what line exactly it's on. And then each list has every character listed out as a separate component in that list. Then the parser takes that matrix, reads it out list by list, and sets up the function that the program will be in. So I chose to use a function system to direct the Python into HTML. So it will take in like the tag function, which is why I called my function that will create it. So it'll find the tag function, and then it will find the points in the tag function actually do something. So for instance, one part of the tag function will create the content of it, so like what's actually written inside of the tag. So that content will be shown in here. And then you take it into the interpreter, and that interpreter first starts out with the file name, doc type, HTML head, what you need to start an HTML program, so you don't have to worry about that while during Python. And then it iterates through all of your parsed lines, and then it writes down the tags that you have put into it. And it creates a bracketed system to make sure that it is in the syntax of HTML. So in Python, I had to create my own syntax so that it won't work as a normal Python script unless you have this interpreter attached to it. My limitations for this project is I didn't use AI at all in the creation of it, which I realize is a limitation now as AI is very adept at creating text to HTML, which means that it could be helpful in my process of creating Python to HTML. However, it does not do exactly what my project does. It just would be a benefit to it. And if I used AI, I would be able to get further into my project than what I did. I would have liked to add JavaScript incorporation into my project, so like a Python to JavaScript converter, which already exists, and just implement one that already exists into it. Along with this, Python functionality is limited, unfortunately, because of the way I did it. It searches through the code for the functions of tag and interprets the value in a way where the Python script is largely disinterested in what is actually going to happen. My conclusion, however, is that you can create an interpreter that will take Python code and write it as HTML code, allowing for quick introductory into web development within a coding course, which would be helpful. Along with this, it would allow back-end developers, so the people that create the algorithms for a website, to create the front end as well to a certain extent while still specializing in back end. Because in my research, I found that back-end developers actually get paid significantly more than front-end developers. So if you are a back-end developer and you know this, you could become even more competitive in the job market and allow you to have more functionality other than normal. However, back-end and front-end developers, like the combination of both, gets paid the same as a front-end developer, which I found quite interesting because you have twice the capabilities. But if you know Python and you're specifically focused to back-end, but you can do front-end within that, you would be able to still be specialized and you would have the same amount of money, but you'd be able to do more for the company. In the future, obviously, I would like to add JavaScript, as that shouldn't be a hard implementation. It would just be tedious, as it already exists. Like I said, I was thinking doing a class system for that. I would like to add every tag modifier. So in HTML, you can create like URLs, images inside of a tag, and I didn't incorporate that. I just incorporated the basic tag name, where it's going to be placed, and the content of it. So I'd like to be able to add tag modifiers like color and links into it, so that whenever you are creating your code, you can make it look more like what a front-end developer would do. Along with this, I would love to create a system where CSS would be involved. This would probably be the most complicated of any of them, even more complicated than the project I already created, because CSS has a very complex for Python to understand syntax, so it'd be hard for it to be able to create exactly what CSS does. Here are my sources. I'll just go to my syntax real quick so that you can see exactly what I did. So I created a function called tag, and it takes the tag name, which will be P, HTML, what have you, and that will be what type of tag is being produced. Then it will take the content of the string, so what's being written in it. So if P, it says hello world, you write that into it, and then segment. Segment is very interesting because I found a way to create a system where you could efficiently say where it's going to be. So you don't have to say exactly what line it's going to be on, but instead you say whether or not it's going to be in the head part of the HTML or the body part of the HTML. As head focuses more on the back end side of HTML, which will correlate it to the Python, which would be used in the back end, and link it to other documents, while the body system is what's going to be written in the document. So you can decide which one it is. This is practically a Boolean variable, but I decided to call it string because you can choose head, body, or even outside of the program if you're doing specific Java, which I was not able to implement yet. Here are my sources. Thank you.
Good questions? Yes, so I code a lot in Python, and I just kind of want to understand how one would integrate this into a standard Python script. So Python uses a lot of libraries.
Right.
So if I multiply two matrices with NumPy, presumably I can't translate that directly to HTML, right? Where would sort of your tag function come in a script like that? How might I use it?
So this was one of the limitations I said was Python functionality was limited. So yes, you can create all the Python functions, but you'd have to run it separately. So you can use Python to write Python, right? So you use that Python to write the HTML code, like tags, separately from the document that you're actually importing the libraries to, right? So you would first take your libraries and whatnot, do your calculations like a normal backend, and then you would take that and you would implement it into your front end, which would be a separate file or document or section, and that would be what you would use. So yes, the functionality is limited, but you can still use certain aspects into it. So your text could still be printed inside the document depending on what your function outputs. Does that answer your question?
So when you were showing kind of the overview of your code, you called the constructor functions for two classes, one lexer and the other parser, or
Yes.
lexer and order.
Yes.
Where are those particular classes implemented, and what's kind of going on inside of them?
That's a very good question. So these classes, lexer and order, are implemented directly above this section of code in my thing. So in my script. So the lexer is going to be the first one. It first takes in a order, like a position, and it will assign that position to the very first column of the very first row of the code. Then it will write that down into a list. Then it will go to the next position, write that down into a list. And that list is correlated to the row number. And then that position in the list is related to the column number. It then does that for every line, and once you hit a new line, it deletes the new line, and then goes to the next line. And then it takes in tab, what have you, and it will go one by one throughout it all and list it out as a matrix with each line being separate. So that's what the liner does. The line char makes sure that prep lines, you use a liner within the line char, make sure that you don't have new lines, spaces in the wrong spots. So it just simply organizes the lexer and gets rid of tags that don't actually exist. The order, on the other hand, will take those lines that you assign to global values. So even though they're in a class, they're global values instead of private. So it will then take those global values, and then it will go through each of those lines and find the tag functions within those lines, and then decide that it's a HTML code, decide where these are in that code, and then assign the value of that to another list, which will also be global, and it will assign the larger chunk of what that is into that so you can implement it. So tag content, tag segments. Tag content first lists off all the tags, then tag segment does what I just said, where you take every specific implementation in the function and produce a little chunk for the interpreter to understand, which it does here, names, content, names. So these are the global functions that I'm talking about. Does that answer your question? Yes.
I'm just curious, are there any alternative languages to HTML for kind of front-end type?
Yes, there is XML, which is, I believe it's more Excel-based. So, like, hold on, I knew this. I have it in my sources. Oh, here we go. Nope, see that one. Here we go. So there's XML, which is external markup language, I believe, and that is more related to like internal GUIs. So like if you're doing so if you're building something within a terminal and you want to create a markup language for that and it's not going directly online, this is preferable for that because it's better with running locally on your computer rather than on a web. Does that answer your question?
How long have HTML and Python been around as coding languages?
Python's been around for quite a long time, but it's only recently become popular. So in the TOB index, which is, where is it? Here. No, that, okay, in the TOB index, which is somewhere on there, it shows like the progression over time, and Python was like late 90s, maybe early 90s. And then it wasn't popular at all, and it just slowly progressed as time goes on, and now it's the most popular language. So it just shows you how much it can improve. And then HTML, the one I used was HTML5, which I believe 2010s. HTML's been around since my grandma's been in college. She talks about how she did it, like how she coded in HTML.
And that's my point. My point is these languages have both been around, and others have been around for a while. To what extent have others already tried to build converters between these and other languages? So how does your work compare to what others have already done?
So I don't know if I have the source here since I was reading it like literally 2 days ago, but there was a source where you use where like you would ask ChatGPT to convert Python script into HTML script, and it wouldn't do it, right, because they're not compatible. But it would transfer you to a library in Python, or it's actually just a library for every coding language that allows you to create a class in that coding language, and that class will then output in HTML, like HTML type output. So it doesn't translate the code into HTML, but the output will be in HTML like doc. So there are similar things to what I've done, but what I've done in allowing Python to still be used within it is quite unique. There's only like one that I've seen. I've done plenty of research on this, and that's the only one that I've seen. And if you ever need to use it, it works with almost any language and almost any other markup language. Like it can translate into XML and PPLM, I think. And it can just output that so that you can put it into like a website.
Okay, and up third, in our block of 4, in the second piece of oral, we have with us from Rhoda, Vila Cypers. Vila.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Lila Cypers, and I'm from Rhoda High School. And I did my research project on the time zone misalignment between Spain and where it's supposed to be more aligned with Great Britain. So to do that, I compared Spain with Colorado. So Spain is in Central European time, and it's misaligned by about an hour. And Denver follows Mountain Standard Time, which is more closely aligned, and I'll show you more later. But so just to start out, time zones are, so the world is divided into about 24 different regions, and each region is about 15 degrees like latitude, and that's about an hour time. So, but sometimes those divisions are not exactly what they should be, so they follow more political boundaries rather than actual geographical ones. And Spain is one such place where this happens. So as you can see over here, this is what ideal time zones would look like, and then this is what they are. So in Colorado, which I have circled, the ideal time zone is the same as the standard time zone, but in Spain, it's different by about an hour. It's more in line with Germany. So why is Spain in the wrong time zone? So in the 1940s, there was this dictator named Francisco Franco in Spain, and he wanted to align himself with Hitler in Germany and show his support. So he changed Spain's time zone by an hour to move it back. And so Spain is now in line with Germany, when it should be in line with more Britain, Portugal, and Morocco. So, yeah, so like, how does that affect the people living there? So I guess the biggest way, the easiest way to explain what's happening in Spain now is, so if you had both a sundial and a clock, the sundial at 5 in the morning would say 5 in the morning, but the clock would say 6. So that affects the people's living there, their circadian rhythms. And a circadian rhythm is like the natural processes, like everybody has a circadian rhythm, and it kind of regulates when you're awake and when you're asleep. So it kind of, there's this thing called the cytokinetic nucleus, and that kind of regulates the production of melatonin. And so they're heavily influenced by light and dark. So this affects the people in Spain because it's getting light later and dark later. So when they wake up, it's dark, which affects, which I'm saying would affect alertness and reaction time. So this is just kind of sunrise and sunset data. So in Colorado, the sunrise on a normal time zone would be around 6:45-ish, whereas in Rhoda, where I am in Spain, it's at around 8. And same for sunset, it's about 6:15 in Rhoda, whereas in Colorado it would only be 4:45. This is in December, so kind of shorter days. So my research question was, does this time zone misalignment affect student alertness and reaction times compared to students in Denver? So I hypothesized that students in Spain will have slower reaction times, especially in the morning when the light and dark is most misaligned, and they'll have higher sleepiness levels when compared with students in Denver. So materials and methods. So I used kind of two tests. One was more objective and the other one was subjective. So the Karolinka sleepiness scale, this one, is a scale from 1 to 9 where participants would rate their alertness, and that one was more subjective. And then I used a reaction time website called humanbenchmark.com, and that one was more objective and gave me more numerical values for reaction time. So participants tested 3 times a day in the early morning, mid-morning, and evening, so I could compare their reaction times and alertness throughout the day. So this is just kind of the reaction time test. They would see this. It would turn red when they clicked on it, and then when it turned green, they'd click as fast as they can and get a score. That score they would then put in a survey, and it would ask them questions like what time did they wake up, what time did they go to bed, how much sleep they got, and ask them to rate their alertness on a value from 1 to 9, 1 being the most alert and 9 being like I'm about to fall asleep. So results. I know this looks like a lot, but I'll explain it. So we did have trends that students had slower reaction times and higher sleepiness in the morning than their Colorado peers, but the differences were not really statistically significant, probably due to the small sample size and, well, my lack of control of other biological factors. So this is the reaction time graph. So the blue line is Rhoda, Denver is the red line. So lower reaction times mean that they're faster, and that could indicate higher cognitive processing and alertness. So Rhoda was less alert in the morning and mid-morning, but it overtook Denver at night, which is kind of what we expected to see because, well, yeah, Denver was just faster. And so alertness, too. So this was kind of the scale that they rated it on. So this was subjective, so I was comparing objective to subjective results to see if perceived alertness differed from actual alertness. And so Rhoda, again, so since 0 was more alert, Rhoda perceived themselves as less alert in the morning, but more alert by the midday, which is actually what we expected to see because, so alert reaction times, they tend to rise throughout the day till about 10, and then they decline till midday slump at around 12, so like lunchtime. Then they start increasing again. So in Denver, we saw a more midday slump, and then it just kind of decreased from there. Whereas Rhoda, where midday, which was about 12, we would expect to see the fastest reaction time because for their circadian rhythms in biological processing, it would be around 10 in actual time. So that's when we would expect to see fastest reaction times. And so kind of my unintended controls, I guess. So I collected data on sleep and wake up and bedtimes to kind of see how they compared, to see if students in Spain were getting less sleep. And what I noticed was that they actually slept relatively similar amounts, like pretty much perfectly similar. And they woke up, both woke up at around 7:30 and went to bed close to 12. So neither group got enough sleep, but but like they were pretty similar. So I guess the only difference then, well, one of the only recorded differences, whoops, I did something. Thank you. One of the only recorded differences was the sunrise and sunset times, which could explain why the values I got were different. So conclusion, the trends I noticed did align with previous research on circadian misalignment, but the small sample size may have prevented statistical significance. Factors like lifestyle, sleep habits, and just light exposure in general could have also impacted results because not everybody goes outside early in the morning. In the future, I've already started working on this, but I would like to do a larger and more diverse sample because I was only able to sample people from my old school in Colorado and my new school in Spain, so that kind of limited me a little bit. And I would also like to conduct longitudinal studies, with comparing Spain with the places that it's supposed to be geographically aligned, that it is geographically aligned with, that it's supposed to be on the same time zone with, to see if there is a difference. And another thing we could start testing would be adjusting school start times to see how those impact alertness and reaction time throughout the day, because starting school in the dark is proven to have negative impacts on cognitive processing. And then also maybe testing more throughout the day and having a more controlled test environment. So or just collecting more demographic information on the participants too. They were all high school students, but specifically age, gender, activities, more of that stuff too could impact alertness and reaction time. So I guess in conclusion, my hypothesis, the trends were supported, but my hypothesis was ultimately not supported because it's not statistically significant. But so time zone misalignment may contribute to lower morning alertness, but more research would be needed to determine that definitively. And circadian rhythms are important for cognitive performance, so is good sleep. So trying to just get a good night's sleep can vastly impact your alertness and, you're just learning throughout the day. And adjusting school schedules could benefit students. So, I would like to acknowledge my dad, Dr. Scott Cyphers, for helping me with the data analysis piece because I had a lot of data to get through. And then my sponsor, Nancy Rogers, for being just a sounding board for ideas and kind of helping me to just really formulate my experiment. Thank you. And then,
So you mentioned in there comparison of Denver students versus Spanish students, but you're simply referring to the geographical location. The students you're working with are American, so within the
Yes.
American system. What would you, if you had been looking at Spanish students, what would you need to take into consideration in terms of cultural differences?
Well, okay, that was actually something I did consider because, so in Spanish culture, Spanish schools, they often have later lunch times, which I think could be a byproduct of the misaligned time zones. The schedules have started shifting. And like, they also, well actually I don't know this definitively, but I would assume they go to bed later too because lunch is later, dinner is later, so I'd assume bedtimes are later too. But I know that school, so my younger brother, he goes to Spanish school, and he wakes up, his school actually starts an hour later too, so that would need to be taken into consideration too. So just kind of those shifting like school environments, because that would definitely impact alertness and reaction time. But that would kind of need to be taken into account.
But what about siesta? Do you think that the persistence of siesta in Spain has anything to do with its misalignment time zone-wise?
So that's actually one of the reasons why I got into that, because I wanted to see if it did. I think more research would be needed to see if it has any definitive impact, but I think there's definitely, like, I think that could be a reason why siesta is so prevalent, especially in more like rural communities where it like originated. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask about if you were to find a statistically significant difference between the two samples, if you got more data, can you think of other things about the like geographical characteristics of Colorado versus Spain, like maybe difference in elevation or temperature, and how that might affect response time as well?
So temperature and elevation, like they definitely do have an impact on circadian rhythms too. I didn't study the specific impacts of that, but I would imagine that since when I did the study, Denver was experiencing snowstorms and probably less light than it's used to, whereas in Spain it was still bright and sunny and in like the 70s and 80s. I imagine that would have an effect on alertness and reaction time. So maybe if I did the study again, I would do it during summer to like kind of control that when they're more equal. Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the overall importance of your findings, and especially since you're only using one thing to measure alertness. So what is the real life meaningfulness of your research? And you know, because you're only looking at one thing, which is the reaction time. How fast can you brake? You know, in incoming traffic or something like that. But it doesn't look at the full spectrum of cognitive performance.
Yeah. So, okay. So, the reason I chose reaction time as a value is because of its, well, it's just objectiveness. I'd say that reaction time is good for measuring like instantaneous, like, well, reaction time. But with cognitive processing in general, it can be more than just speed. So I think if I did it again, I would have to take into account more of those and go more in depth. But right now, while just studying reaction time, it's a good like baseline marker, an indicator if there is a difference and what we would see, like if more study could be useful.
Well, along those lines, is reaction time an accepted, let's say, marker or endpoint when you're looking at sleepiness, right? So does other research show that, and it would like intuitively make sense, right? The sleepier you are, the slower you react.
Mm-hmm.
But are there other studies that definitively show that?
So I have seen other studies that did use reaction time as like a measure of cognitive processing.
Mm-hmm.
There was one done actually between Spain and Portugal that studied something similar, but it studied older people in nursing homes, and I wanted to focus more on the high school demographic.
Mm-hmm.
But, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, just looking at, because the point was raised, whether reaction time is is a sufficient way to gauge sleepiness. I mean, it's one way to look at it. There are other ways that you could look at it, like memory acquisition, memory retention, etc. But reaction time is one. The question is, in other settings, has it been shown to be a reliable indicator of degree of sleepiness?
So yes, I would say yeah, that it has been. And then also by including the Karolinska sleepiness scale, that showed more subjective sleepiness, and that's another indicator. And since they were pretty aligned, I'd say that it was a pretty effective indicator of sleepiness.
Time for one question, if anyone has. Yeah.
I was just going to ask how, so there's kind of this mismatch as you go across different longitudinal things, but how do things change across latitudes?
Oh, okay, so I guess I'll go back to, okay, so on the edge of time zones, time can be off by about as much as like 15 minutes on either side. So only in the middle is time perfectly aligned with the solar clock. And that's actually because, well, time zones were created when railroads and transportation, like mass transportation, became popular, and they needed a way to kind of keep schedules on track because they couldn't have time being different. So on the edges of time zones, time is definitely more, less aligned with solar time. And so there are effects we could study about that. Thankfully, Colorado is like right in the middle, so it was really a pretty good place to choose to compare.
So Dr. Hall's question had to do with latitudes as well.
Yeah.
And what parallel is Spain versus Colorado?
I actually do not know the answer to that, but Spain is higher up, so it's more, I guess if I had a world map, I could show you more clearly. But, oh wait, I did. Okay, so Colorado is like right here, and Spain is right here. So they are actually pretty aligned.
Wait a minute, for example, Norway is much further north.
Yeah.
And we're in the dark most of the time.
And incidentally,
So,
3 hours of light.
So interesting question would be, how are Norwegian kids or American kids in Norway doing at I don't know, 10 in the morning when it's still dark outside?
So
Still.
yeah. So that would actually be another way to take the study too. And there is actually research out there about this thing called SAD, seasonal, and where students will feel like depressed during the winter and happier during the summer when there's more light. And that, I imagine something similar is happening in Spain because people have to get up when it's dark and go to bed when it's still like light out, so it like messes with things. And I'd imagine, I haven't looked into this as much, but I'd imagine that depressive like rates might be higher. I can't say that definitively though.
Thank you, Len.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have a brief pause after this presentation, but here with us to end this block of oral competition is Tucker Meyer from Kaiserslautern High School.
Gracious me.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tucker Meyer. I am a sophomore at Kaiserslautern High School, and today I am going to be showing y'all my design of a high altitude wind energy system to harness the power of the jet stream as an energy resource. So first of all, I'd like to start off with the state of the world that we live in. We live in a world where energy projections are shown to increase by 50% by 2050. Energy demand is skyrocketing along with our population. And fossil fuels are still the primary source of our energy. Coal, oil, 36 billion metric tons of carbon emissions from these fossil fuels are excreted from fossil fuel consumption each year, annually. However, while this is an environmental crisis, it is also a humanitarian crisis, as 770 million people still go without energy each day. As shown, sustainable alternatives are urgently needed. However, current alternatives have not scaled to meet these dual crises. For example, wind energy, you have giant turbines that take up space, they hit birds, they're ugly. You have hydropower that blocks fish migration. You have solar, it's expensive and space inefficient. You have nuclear power, which is being shut down, many programs, especially in Germany, because of its high validity. So clearly, we need new solutions. And my inspiration for my design was shown by looking at these problems with energy, and I saw solutions. I looked at decentralized networks such as Starlink, which provide global internet coverage to the entire world. And I read an experiment conducted by NASA in 1975, which transferred 34 kilowatt hours of electricity over a distance of 1.5 kilometers with an efficiency of 80%, with 0 wires involved. And I'll explain this later. I then identified the jet stream as a source of consistent, reliable energy. And the way this works is with untethered static blimps that float in the jet stream that are equipped with Savonius vertical axis wind turbines. And these turbines are able to capture the high wind speeds of the jet stream, which can exceed 200 kilometers an hour, and then wirelessly transmit this energy back to relay stations on Earth. So how does this work exactly? We have a blimp-like structure that is filled with helium that floats in the jet stream, remains static. And the reason for this is I was researching high-altitude wind energy, and when I first started, I saw there was a lot of tethered solutions. There were a lot of kites and a lot of flotation devices similar that were tethered to the ground via wires, and this was because wireless transmission was not seen as a solution, as it's not incredibly efficient as of right now. And also, 8 to 12 kilometers is very far. Transmitting energy that distance is highly seen as like almost impossible. So then you have wind turbines that are capable of harnessing this energy. And typically on ground stations you have horizontal axis turbines that take the wind onto the pressure, or onto the blades, which causes pressure. However, the Savonius vertical axis wind turbines are able to take wind from all directions, and the pressure is equally distributed along the turbine, which is good because 200 mile per hour or 200 kilometer per hour winds are have a lot of force behind them. And then next, you're going to want a hybrid system to implement this static buoyancy. The blimp needs to be able to remain positioned in the jet stream. You're going to want to make sure that's aerodynamic and capable of staying still, as if it is floating along with the wind will not be able to push the turbine efficiently. So you need an energy source for the blimp itself while it is simultaneously transmitting energy down to Earth. And then you have these stabilizers and mini thrusters that are powered by the hybrid power to maintain positioning. Next, we're going to go on the turbine design. That was one of my earlier models where I implemented a horizontal axis turbine similar to ground turbines, and through a fluid dynamic chart, it obviously did not work very well. That's why I switched to the Savonius, which you can see has that distinct S-curve shape. And you can see in the wind behavior, it is able to take wind from all directions, equally distributed, unlike horizontal axis turbines where the wind has such force behind it and it's not evenly distributed that has to have mechanisms involved such as yaw and pitch to prevent overload of the generator. Furthermore, you're going to need to be, if this is going to be floating in the atmosphere, you're going to need lightweight composites such as graphene aerogel for insulation and carbon fiber inlays. But then the main issue with this was the wireless energy transfer. It's been done before, and it's been done in increasing research papers. However, it's very, counterintuitive. You take an energy source and you basically you put it into a machine like this, and it converts it through an electromagnetic field into a, you can see the more far field waves, and it transmits these through microwaves Earth, where it connects with a rectifying antenna or retina, which then converts this microwave transmission into DC power. However, there are some issues with this, such as safety protocols. You need to make sure that you are hitting the target every single time, which is another reason why it has to remain static in the atmosphere, so you can correctly position it to hit the antenna every time. Maintenance is an issue. Again, it's 8 to 12 kilometers up in the atmosphere. You need to make sure that you can fix the blimp if issues occur. So I chose to design like autonomous drones that have cameras and tools on them to fix the blimp when necessary. However, that was all just theoretical. I obviously don't have the resources involved to conduct an experiment like that. So I wanted to test the capability of such a system. And so I made this little box with a 5.5 volt plastic Savonius rotor motor. And on the inside, I connected it to an Arduino that I wired myself with an INA 219 that measures current voltage, bus voltage, shunt voltage. And I attached it to a high altitude weather balloon, which I sent up. And it reached a peak altitude of 15 kilometers and generated electricity the entire time. And the onboard console log was recording data on temperature, energy generation, altitude every 100 meters. And so while this worked, we got a peak power of 4.95 watts, which is only almost 90% capacity of the motor at 10 kilometers. After 12 kilometers, the electricity generation decreased. And at first I was kind of confused why, but then I realized that I completely overlooked that the higher up you go, the less air you have. And the way a wind turbine works is that wind, which is a fluid, pushes the motor or the fans of the turbine to generate the electricity. And when there's no fluid, when there's little air, then it doesn't push the motors as hard and you don't get as much electricity. So here you can see this red line was that 12 kilometer mark where the air just started thinning like crazy. And at first, it's gradually increasing until we get that 4.95 watts capacity at 10 kilometers. But then it decreases. So that's a design. Another reason why the system would have to remain static, and altitude positioning is very important. However, there are still constraints with this design that I have not talked about yet, such as air traffic. Obviously, we need to make sure our aerial corridors are maintained and safe, and a giant blimp in the sky probably isn't that safe. So you want to make sure that you are coordinating with local governments and with aviation control centers that something like this is out there. And another reason just to make it static, so it is a distinct mark on a map. to mitigate this, you just need to stabilize it, keep it static in the atmosphere, which is hard to do on a high altitude balloon, but we worked around. Financial considerations, why is this better than existing technologies? It's obviously more expensive. You have a much higher initial cost. However, it also generates a lot more electricity, generates a lot more revenue, and eventually should be more efficient than current technologies at providing power, particularly to underserved regions that don't have access to existing infrastructure. And so the benefits, as said, the environmental, you have major CO2 reductions because you're displacing the fossil fuel usage with more renewables. And it also has the potential to generate 10,000 jobs from manufacturing to maintenance. And in conclusion, you can clearly see that decentralized clean power is a necessity for the future. And so to do this, you have to start thinking outside the box and implementing solutions that don't have the drawbacks of current technologies. This promotes sustainable and economic growth, and future enhancements could further develop the technology. Thank you for listening.
Can you, so if I understood correctly, this whole concept relies on untethered balloons.
Yes.
And so your little test system was an untethered balloon. Any idea where it is now? Or
the balloon?
Yeah.
So the way the high altitude balloon works is it carries this box with it until it reaches its peak altitude, and at that point the balloon bursts, and you'll have a parachute that drops the box down with all the data.
And how far did that travel? I mean, did that come down in your vicinity?
Yeah, so we tracked it using GPS and satellite positioning, or that's what GPS is, but it reached a peak altitude of like 15 kilometers before it popped, and then came down, and then we tracked it, and we went and found it.
Mm-hmm. How far away was it?
4 kilometers, 5 kilometers.
And but for larger balloons that are then actually would be then the commercial model, so to speak, what would prevent them from drifting all over the place?
So I failed to mention this, but you have fins which would help it, similar to the way wings on an airplane help it to remain stable. You would have fins on the structure that keeps it stable, and then if you want it to remain static, completely motionless within the jet stream, you would need some form of like thruster, some kind of engine that pushes against the wind to keep it in place. And that's where the hybrid system comes along to power that said engine.
And can you explain how wireless transfer of energy works?
So you
and
have...
how efficient that is?
Yeah. Current technologies have reached like 95% efficiency, but that's over very short distances, less than like 2 kilometers, and with very little energy involved. So future investment and research would be needed. However, for the way that wireless energy transfer works, the turbine generates electricity, and that electricity is then sent to the microwave transmitter, where the electricity is passed through an electromagnetic field, which disrupts the electric current and turns the waves into a more wide frequency from what I've read. So it essentially turns energy, direct electricity, into microwaves, which are then sent down and then picked up by a rectifying antenna, which then converts those microwaves back into DC voltage. Yes?
How might clouds affect the transmission of the microwave?
That's a very good question. The microwaves could be, the particles in the clouds could, what's the word? Yeah. disrupt the waves and cause them to go to not the antenna. It could disrupt the way it's going. And so you would need to mitigate this by, I don't know, that's a really good question, but they would definitely be a concern that you'd have to work with.
I guess just a quick follow-up question. How does the microwave in your kitchen work?
I don't have a microwave at home, so I'm very lacking in this knowledge. But so an oven works by using either convection or conduction to send electricity and heat up food through air, water, or a solid if you have a fancy stove. But microwaves work by heating up your food by shooting it with microwave radiation, which is why, like, on the outside it will be super hot, but on the inside it will be kind of cold because it doesn't penetrate the same way that, like, convection or conduction ovens will.
Do you know what molecules in foods are actually heated by the microwaves?
I have no clue now.
It's water.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yes.
You mentioned that implementing an energy production and distribution scheme like this would generate roughly 10,000 plus jobs.
Yeah.
How exactly is that calculated?
Well, it was done with estimates. Same for the financial, the costs of such a system. I took existing numbers for like ground-based turbines or even offshore turbines, and I would find hiring rates for like the people who build the actual turbine, the people who work on the maintenance of the turbine, the people who monitor the turbine, and all of those jobs. And then I considered the amount of blimps I was supposing of like seeing in the system, and just like calculating it like that. If that makes sense.
This is not a question, it's more of a comment for a future engineer. Everything that you build has its own carbon footprint, has its own constraints, has its own disposition requirements. So, and the more energy you are able to consume, the more energy you're actually going to consume, and the demand is only going to go up, not down. So it's just a general food for thought.
Yeah, that's a good
for the
point.
future.
How do you think the very low temperatures at that altitude would affect the long-term performance of a lot of the smaller components of the device?
So that was some of the design constraints, the low temperatures, the high wind speeds, the UV radiation. You need to design it with materials that are prepared to withstand that, which is why I mentioned the graphene aerogel. It's a very good insulator. However, it's also able to maintain its rigid structure and rather, it keeps its shape, its form.
Do you know what the average temperature is up there?
Yeah, it's like negative 40 Celsius. It's very cold, very cold.
Thank you, Tucker.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we have a brief pause at 50 past the hour, so 10 till. Again, we will be back in here. So actually resuming with Trent Wilkerson of Remington High School at 10 till. Okay, so we'll be back to just a minute before there. So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Tate.
Back.
can be found in U.S. produce. Before I get started, I'd like to start with a few definitions, particularly talking about what an organophosphate chemical is. So organophosphates are a class of potent chemicals and pesticides that were developed from World War II neurotoxins in Germany. They were developed by Dow Chemical and Garda Corporation to basically create highly effective pesticides that target the neural networks and everything within insects. Chlorpyrifos is the specific pesticide that I'm going to be examining and talking about today. It was, again, derived from a nerve agent in World War II and created in 1965 by Dow Chemical. Since then, usage has been on a decline because of ongoing lawsuits and continuous legal struggles over the chemical's usage. It's been found to be highly neurotoxic and cause developmental issues in children. So a Supreme Court case has recently worked to try to remove its usage within the US. Similarly, the EU has entered a full ban on the chemical's usage in 2020, with the US ban being officiated in 2021. However, during the middle of the Biden administration, a Trump-era EPA policy quickly reversed the decision to ban chlorpyrifos. This took place in November of 2023, with a reban only occurring in November of 2024. This leaves a nearly 1 year-long policy gap where significant amounts of chlorpyrifos could have been used in US products. So chlorpyrifos is what we call a persistent organic pollutant. It's highly disruptive to environmental activity, and because of the nature of the molecule, it's very difficult to remove from organic compounds. This means that whenever you ingest chlorpyrifos, it does not exit your system and can build up over years and years of consumption. As a result, even small amounts of it being used in food can be highly toxic to people, causing long-term brain, lung, and cancer issues. Birth defects and neurological issues are one of the primary issues with chlorpyrifos that people are concerned with. So as such, it's a highly relevant concern with this 1 year policy gap where any amount of it could have been used. Another quick definition to cover is the difference between the EPA and the EFSA, which are the two agencies that I will be examining in this review. The EPA approves all chemicals based on a tolerance scale. This means that all levels of a chemical are allowed until it's restricted by EPA policy. There's a stronger executive connection between the EPA and the actual scientists working on the project, which means that the executive branch has more control over what happens within the administration. The focus is primarily on environment rather than food with the EFSA, which is headed by scientists and experts and approves via permit, meaning that everything is banned until the EFSA approves it. The key distinction here is whether or not a new product would be approved by the EFSA or banned by the EPA. So what did the policy that I'm examining do? Unlike past decisions, the rapid action from the Trump administration totally removed all tolerances on chlorpyrifos. This means that any amount of the chemical could have been used in any amount of crop with no legal repercussions. This is highly concerning given that even a small amount of the chemical can be lethal. So what is the actual content of the chemical? The question that I'm going to be answering today is, during the 2023 to 2024 policy upheaval surrounding chlorpyrifos, did usage of the chemical increase? More specifically, when unethical and deadly environmental practices suddenly become legal, does the industry employ them religiously? So in my survey, I used what's called the catcher's method of analysis. The reason I use this method is because it requires very little material. With simply one bag of produce distributed from all across the United States, I can analyze the amount of chlorpyrifos over a large geographical area. It also yields rapid results within just 1 to 2 days and is highly efficacious. With a second survey that uses the same process being used to analyze other chemicals at the same time. To conduct my survey, I met with Dr. Michelangelo Anastasiadis of the CVUA Stuttgart Institute. This institute first developed catchers back in the early 2000s, and since then has been working on refining the method and making it extremely useful for pesticide monitoring. I would also like to thank Dr. Ms. Ellen Scherbaum, who helped coordinate the event, and Ms. Sylvia Zeckman, who helped inform me on the workings of catchers and how my project was to proceed. So the first thing that's important to note about my survey is that I used produce from historically saturated products. Basically, I took products that historically had very high levels of chlorpyrifos when it was first legal, and started examining them. Because if the industry started using the chlorpyrifos again, I assumed that it would happen in products that had historically used it on already. Samples were to be frozen and distributed from various regions of the US during the late 2023 timeframe so that there was enough time for them to spray the chemical on the crops before I examined them. I'm not going to go over the specifics of my produce selection in detail, but I examined produce of all different strains and types from different geographic regions of the United States. In my paper, I have a further detail about the specific geographic regions that were surveyed. Okay, so the first step of catchers is to mill and weigh each and every one of the samples. You use dry ice to fully dry out the compounds and mill them into small particulate sizes that can be examined more easily using the acids later in the process. The samples are to be kept at -80 degrees Celsius to make sure that they don't amalgamate and change into harder to examine compounds later. This allows for higher degrees of certainty and is one of the primary innovations that Catcher has made. Next is the usage of an internal standard and acetonitrile solution. The internal standard is a deuterium-marked version of chlorpyrifos that functions similarly in the analytes to the actual chemical. It's nearly identical except for the fact that it is made with deuterium, which means that as the process proceeds, if there's any sort of error, from now on you can analyze actual chlorpyrifos content relative to the internal standard solution. From now on, any spills, leakages, or other issues in the experiment are negligible because of the internal standards usage. Acetonitrile is then used to separate out all of the fatty matrices, which could interfere with the gas chromatography equipment later in the process. Catcher salts are then blended with the specific analytes to allow for easier examination of the liquids. Magnesium sulfate is the primary one used, but there's a whole blend that is used depending on the project that you're conducting. It's then centrifuged at 4,000 rotations per minute for nearly 15 minutes. For 15 minutes, yes. From here, after centrifugation, you can see that the analytes are separated out with a liquidy matrix at the top. This matrix contains all of our polar molecules, including all of the pesticides that we are seeking to analyze, with all the lower matrices including any leftover materials and water that we don't need for the rest of the examination. After this, we use what's called dispersive solid phase extraction, which is a specific extractant that's used to remove any chlorophyll and carotenoids that could obscure the later results. Graphitized carbon black, in particular, is one of the primary innovations here that's useful for removing any other planar molecules. Finally, we centrifugate again at 4,000 rotations per minute for 15 minutes, which allows for final purification of the chemicals, which can then be separated into aliquots and sent off to processing. We push them through gaseous chromatography sensors with usage of some PSA systems to try to analyze them under 2 versions of the Catcher's system and 1 version of the COOP system, which was used to analyze for other chemicals that might have been used as an alternative to chlorpyrifos. So the results that I found. There were no significant findings of chlorpyrifos in any of the samples found, which was highly surprising to me. However, we did find that there were high chlorate levels used to typically clean out pests during the washing phase of a crop. This was found in spinach, peach, and asparagus in levels that violate EU standards. Abnormally high alternative pesticide content was also found, which was a major finding that kind of led to the assumptions that I'm going to make on the next slide. So why was chlorpyrifos not present in the discussion of this? The primary reason that I can think of off the top of my head is that the industry professionals were scared to use the chemical. The Biden administration, it's key to note, was extremely hostile to the chemical's usage while it was legal. They openly made it known that they wished to re-ban it as soon as they possibly could, which made it difficult for industry professionals to be comfortable with the chemical's usage. This leads to a future policy perspective, where we can think of precedent-based systems for managing and deterring pesticide usage. The EPA, while flawed in its implementation of pesticide banning, might be able to prevent the usage of a chemical in practice simply by stating its intention to ban it in the future. The key part of this is that this requires a central administration that is willing to take action on environmental measures. With a new administration coming into play that has extremely volatile views on environmental regulation, it's difficult to say exactly what will happen in the future with chlorpyrifos and other chemicals as well. As such, further analysis of EPA's practices and usage of monitoring platforms is extremely vital to the future of environmental policy. Thank you.
What is the, so you mentioned EPA versus EFSA. What is the U.S. equivalent of EFSA with regard to the main mission of EFSA?
Yeah, so EFSA is a food monitoring platform, but so they would be equivalent to the FDA in the United States. However, the FDA doesn't have as strong regulations on pesticides as the EPA does. So I took the equivalent that monitors pesticides in Europe. So they're roughly equivalent for this purpose.
Yeah, so the EPA is relevant for monitoring pesticides,
Yes.
whereas other aspects of food are monitored by the FDA.
Yes.
Were you able to see any, or were able to look into whether this chlorpyrifos was available in any commercially available products during that time? Was anyone trying to market pesticides with that?
So chlorpyrifos was not sold on the open market during this time, even though it technically could have. And the main speculation behind that I was proposing was that production simply wasn't at capacity anymore. It had been several years since the policy was intended to have come out, so it's heavily likely that the industry simply stopped producing it in favor of other pesticides because it would have been easier.
Okay. And last sub-question, what is the significance of using deuterium in mass spectrometry?
Yeah, so using the deuterium markings allows you to see the different mass, because it has a different molar mass when deuterium is used. It's easier to basically separate it out from the regular chlorpyrifos, so it's easier to mark on the spectrometer.
So this chlorpyrifos is a neurotoxic agent. Do you know the mechanism of action by which it actually causes?
I can't say that off the top of my head. I can do some research and come back to you with that if you'd like.
I guess, just what is deuterium?
Yeah, deuterium is just a heavier version of, I believe, hydrogen that has an extra neutron, which basically raises its molar mass when you're doing experiments like this. So it's easier to analyze and separate from regular compounds. Yes.
What is your future direction with this study?
So with this study, I think I'm going to move in a more policy review direction. This was an interesting analysis of a specific chemical, but I would like to look at the previous efficacy of EPA practices when it's related to other chemicals in other situations like this. I don't think chlorpyrifos is necessarily unique in having this kind of regulatory uncertainty behind it, so I'd like to do further review of that.
You mentioned that you weren't sure if companies were using the chlorpyrifos during that 1 year period. Is there a mandatory reporting requirement for these companies if they're going to use this or other pesticides?
It's not fully transparent. So a lot of the times it's contractors who are producing food in other states and then shipping it into the United States for distribution. So it can be very difficult to manage like exactly how much is being put into the food. So already regulation is tough, but when regulation is sharply lifted like this, no, there's usually no monitoring.
Okay, so you're not sure just because you didn't pick up any. It possibly could be because, like you said before, people may be scared to use it or something like that. Okay.
For your lab analysis, you were using GCMS to detect or to try to detect chlorpyrifos. Can you give, and you showed it briefly, can you give a brief overview of your understanding of how GCMS works, particularly the MS, the mass spectrometry part?
Absolutely. So the machines at CBUA Stuttgart used basically, so initially the chemicals and the compounds that we're analyzing are being vaporized and sent through a series of tubes with an argon buffer around them to keep the instruments safe as they're analyzing it. And basically different frequencies of light are bounced off of the vaporized product as it's going through different phases to analyze how basically to analyze the chemical composition of what's being sent through there. I'm not too sure on the exact specifics of how the sensors themselves work, but the workflow itself is relatively straightforward.
Okay. If we have no judge questions, we can open up for audience questions. We still have about a minute and a half.
maybe one more question. So you used acetonitrile for the extraction.
Yes.
Were there any other, why acetonitrile, why not hexane or acetone?
Acetone solutions, from what I understand, alter the pH of the general plant matter that they're looking at too much to be useful for the specific workflow that they're using. I'm not entirely sure. You said hexane?
Hexane and acetone were the ones I'm more used to, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm not entirely sure, other than the CBUA Stuttgart laboratory focuses more on plant matter, so there might be some sort of issue with the pH balance.
With your research, oftentimes when a person starts researching things, they find a lot of side things that they didn't expect. Was there anything that you found that you would find interesting to research that was kind of side finding of all this stuff?
Yeah, so actually my project is loosely based on my project from last year, which was examining the usage of nitrous fertilizers in soils and how that promotes degradation over time. And after that, I kind of got the idea to look into pesticides as another agrochemical that does that. So I just started doing some general research about different pesticides and how they work. And eventually, I kind of got sucked into this rabbit hole of how chlorpyrifos was behaving with regulatory bodies and how it was interacting, because it was happening at the exact same time that I was coincidentally doing my research. So it was really interesting to start diving into that, and I kind of decided to segue off and make that my entire project. Yes.
Is chlorpyrifos a good pesticide? Like, is it effective?
It's highly effective, but it was initially designed to kill humans. So that is something to take into account.
On that note.
On that note, right?
Thank you, Fred.
I'm trying to become a pilot. I've gone to ground school. I've gone to theoretics school for flight. So that research or that background knowledge definitely helps me a lot understanding the physical and mathematical characteristics of flight. Does that answer your question on why I got there, or do you want to more like why does lift increase kind of thing?
Yeah, more like that.
So why does lift increase when we go up in size? Well, that's because, well, in general, airfoil wings are mounted to a plane at an angle, because when the air hits the airfoil direct on, the amount of air going above and on top is relatively equal, but that's not optimal. We want a little bit more airflow going over the top than on the bottom, because that increases the low pressure on top. So we generally see to a point, as you increase that angle of attack, the low pressure of speed on top increases until there's not enough space for the air to flow over. Then the flow stops. The flow is disrupted. It's really clear here. That is not smooth flow. So that's a stall. So that's why we think coefficient lift will increase as we up the angle of attack. For drag, you see drag increase as angle of attack increases. As you move up, now you're just a flat surface receiving wind. That's maximum drag. So it kind of fluctuates in a pattern that would look something like drag increases until all of a sudden you're 90 degrees and then it drops back down slowly.
You mentioned that the performance of thin versus thick was not what you expected. Can you unpack that?
Sure. My initial hypothesis, my initial train of thought was that if there's more space in between the low pressure and high pressure, then the low pressure and high pressure would be more like farther apart in numbers wise. So because there's more space, there's more numerical distance as well between low and high pressure. That does not appear to be true. And when I don't have the pressure gradients for everything up there because it takes up a lot of space, but when you look at the pressure gradients, comparing the thick and the thin airfoils, that does not appear to be true. There does not appear to be a connection between the thickness of the object and the pressure on top and bottom.
And a quick question, you had a residuals plot that you mentioned. What's a residual?
So in computational fluid dynamics, the computer works over time to calculate different values. So we have pressure, omega, velocity, friction, all of that. And it works to calculate those values to determine our lifting coefficients. So it uses natural physics laws that we have, but it works it in steps. So the residual plot is basically a check. How accurate were we able to come to a solution? Were we accurate to the first decimal place, the second decimal place, the third decimal place? This residual plot depicts how accurate over time, over our iterations.
What's the process of designing an airfoil? I mean, how does that work kind of currently? And how do you see, let's say, a more data-driven approach, possibly using AI methods to, I mean, this is a lot of data here, and you've done it for a few cases. Is it feasible with a lot more computing power to just plow through the whole database of airfoils there and say, okay, this is an interesting trend, let's go further in this direction for this type of aircraft?
Yes, it is. So firstly, with 180 data points, the analysis that took place is a lot of Excel spreadsheets summing and averaging data for me. But in the case of how airfoils are designed, they're defined symmetrically first. So one line of symmetry, you mirror what's on the top, what's on the bottom. Cambered airfoils, they've just been a design change that someone came up with along the way. So let's see what happens when we make them asymmetrical. So over time, what's happening now when people try to design or accomplish an engineering design goal, they take a look at what data is out there. So what do we want to do? We want to make a plane? Okay, planes normally have a camber ratio of anywhere from this much to this much. And they kind of look to what's already there and then try and make adjustments, find adjustments in between. That's the process right now. However, I do believe that a data-driven approach would be much more helpful, especially with the interactions between different properties, which is why I think this is important for engineers. Yeah.
For an airfoil such as this, is the assumption that you have the same general shape across the length of the wing, or do the actual property, like, can an airfoil morph between shapes along the length of the wing?
Yes, they often do. So the different parts of the wing, the root, the tip are designed to do different things. So of course they have different design characteristics, different design goals, different airfoil. in cheaper, more common planes, specifically these planes that use NACA 2412, the wing is almost uniform. It's not completely uniform, but it's almost uniform for cost manufacturing purposes. Hydrofoils here, almost always completely uniform. Just, it's a case-by-case study. When you start to look at more complex aircraft, more complex situations, things start to morph immediately. This is the P6. It's the fighter jet that uses part of its wing is made from NACA 6409, but only part of it. Does that kind of answer your question? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank you so much. Tried to take the laser.
And unfortunately, friends, this does bring us to our last presenter of the day. We have Gabriella Patterson here with us from Stuttgart High School. Gabriella.
Okay, so over the past decade, the phenomenon of Korean pop or K-pop has transcended national boundaries and left a lasting impression on the international stage, particularly over the course of COVID, because people were locked in their houses and they were looking for a source of comfort. So because K-pop is so online, like many of their idols like to communicate via fan messaging platforms, or they make Instagram posts specifically for their fans, K-pop was accessible to a lot of people. So just to demonstrate some of their recent achievements in the public spaces and mainstream media, I'm assuming all of you know Gangnam Style by PSY. In 2012, ranked #2 on Billboard, and more recently, Blackpink performed as a headliner at Coachella in 2023. So contrary to what was expected from the music industry of an economically struggling country, K-pop first saw a rise in popularity after much strategic support from the South Korean government. They helped them repair from their economic crisis in 1997 and is now their primary cultural export and essential to the country's prosperity. However, the thriving global presence can not only be credited to the competitive tendency of fandoms, can be also credited to the competitive tendencies of fandoms and the parasocial relationships manufactured by the K-pop industry. So these are one-sided interactions between idols and a fan, which they form a distinctive bond where the fandom feels directly connected to the celebrity in the same way that you feel connected to your friends or family. In other ways, they kind of trick the brain into perceiving these connections as reciprocal and provide short-term gratifications for one's social needs not being currently met. So, fandom families. These are, I have a lot of things that I'm going to define for you just so everything's clear. Fandom families. These are keen listeners of K-pop that often bond with others who are also obsessed or infatuated with the same idols. But many fans don't realize that these idols in the contemporary Korean mediascape are actually objects of consumption and parasocial affection. So think about the way that they're meant to be aesthetic spectacles, like they all have a specific beauty standard that they have to comply to. Competitive performativity. In the music industry, success is defined through music chart rankings, album sales, social media presence, fan projects, and more. This gives fandoms tangible goals to reach. So they translate their idol success into their own feelings of success because they associate so much with this like favorite idol or favorite person. When they succeed, they feel like they're succeeding. So examples of this are usually great, like bulk album orders, staying up really late to vote for an award show or music charts, defending idols without being demeaning, and then you have unhealthy competitive performativity. So that's an only my idol can be the best mindset. That is kind of what K-pop entertainment industries want with these parasocial relationships. They want fandoms to push for their idol to always be the best so that they can continue to make more money. So this study works to determine how effective the K-pop industry is in utilizing parasocial relationships as a tool to cultivate sustained loyalty among their fandoms. So I wanted to figure out which of these 3 factors was most effective in making people relate to their idols. So do you have an attraction or a romantic interest to them? Do you think of them like a friend? Do you need companionship? Or do you just think, oh, hey, I see a lot of qualities in myself that I also see in this idol. That's why I relate to them and that's why I like them. So there are 2 theories that the study is built off of: parasocial interaction theory, which is PSI, and social identity theory. So parasocial interaction theory suggests that fans indulge in imagined intimate interactions with their idols despite knowing that they are one-sided. So a parasocial relationship is developed and strengthened through repeated parasocial interactions. The other theory is social identity theory, and it states that individuals will intentionally categorize themselves as part of fan bases. In this case, K-pop fandoms, which they view in a positive light. So they want a sense of belonging or a way that they can get companionship. There are 3 levels of parasocial relationships that exist to categorize the intensity of the resulting fan behavior: entertainment social, intense personal, and borderline pathological. Yeah. So entertainment social, these are people that just look at the idols because they find them entertaining, right? So maybe you like a music video, so you watch it sometimes. Or you like one of the dances that they do, so you watch that. Then there is intense personal, right? So these are people who maybe have them as their home screen. They have posters up in their room. They screenshot every post they see of them on Instagram, stuff like that. And then you have borderline pathological. So those are people that are more like stalker fans. These are the people that would show up in the airports and show up in their hotel rooms. They're called sasaengs. Yeah, they're best known in South Korea for invading idols' personal space, stalking, breaking into the living quarters, stuff like that. So there were 2 existing scales, and I decided to use neither of them because they are both 20-item surveys based on a 5-point Likert scale. I decided 20 questions was not enough. And both of these scales are unidimensional, right, and originally taken on paper. Since my survey was being sent out online, I didn't want there to be any variability. And they were also created before there was a distinction between parasocial interaction and parasocial relationships. So the questions were a lot more general, and they didn't hit exactly what I wanted to. The parasocial interaction scale was originally made to determine how much you like your TV news broadcaster, and if that made you watch television and weather more. And then the audience persona interaction scale was made more for sitcom characters. So they wanted to see why you watch the TV shows you do. But that wasn't intense enough for what I wanted to study. So instead, for my project, I created a 45-question survey with 29 applicable questions, so I only actually ended up using 2/3 of them. It's also based on a 5-point Likert scale, so I could turn qualitative data into quantitative. And I ended up with 226 eligible participants. And then I broke my categories into 3 things, like the attraction, companionship, and personal identification, and then separated based it off of whether you were a short-term fan or a long-term fan. I wanted to see if these factors made you stay, because the point is sustained loyalty. So I sent the survey out via Twitter, Instagram, Weverse fans, so these are all private messaging services, and I didn't just send them onto public Instagram posts. I went directly into the messaging feeds. So the only people that were able to access my survey were people who were already heavily involved in the K-pop industry. They already had a deep commitment to be involved in it. I had to send out the survey every 15 minutes or 5 minutes because the platforms update that quickly. There's so many people typing on them. I got 200 notifications a day just from idols pushing out content and messages to their fans. I think I was signed up for about 25 different messaging services at one point, but it took weeks. So if you're wondering what that looks like, that, and that, and that. And those are only the first 50 responses. So that, but about 5 times worse. So the limitations for my study, since my target audience for this was the general K-pop community, I wanted to make sure the survey was only applicable to people who were involved in the K-pop community. And since I sent it in directly to the platform, I didn't really have much of a control group because they were already people who were voluntarily responding. So they took time out of their day to want to talk about their idol for 5 or 10 minutes and respond to questions. So you could already guess they were pretty infatuated with them. There was a female bias, and they were all aged around 13 to 24, so teenager, young adults. There were a couple outliers. And I actually got responses from a lot of places that I didn't think I was going to. I got a lot from Europe and a lot from Asia, well, yeah, but a third of them were from the US, so. And then my statistical tests. So I had to use a one-way repeated measures ANOVA test because I was looking at the difference between 3 measures instead of 2, so I couldn't use a standard t-test. Here, I'm going to use the pointer for this. So, if I can find it. First, I looked at the mean numbers for each of them. So I had about 29 applicable questions, so about 10 per category. So for attraction and companionship and attachment, those are the average means that I got for each of them when I added all of the number questions together because they were very contradicting. So it was a little difficult. I think that might have limited my study. And then the fourth one is from one singular question that I asked during the presentation. If you can see it there in the pink, I asked if they felt more indulged in the K-pop community now than they did when they first started. So the one-way repeated measures test was to see if there was any significant difference. And once I realized that there was, I did a post hoc Tukey HSD test to see exactly how much of a significant difference there was. So if you look at this, like the T1 to T4, T2 to T4, and T3 to T4, all of them are, the p-value is lower than 0.05, so I could reject my null hypothesis, and I knew that it was significant to my study. And then I compared the difference and the critical mean. So these are examples of some of the questions that I asked. They were very direct because I wanted to avoid any wording bias. And then I compared the sustained loyalty fans to people who were generally new. People who were generally new had a lot of variation. While sustained loyalty, if you had attraction, you were very into it. And the results were pretty much the same for companionship and personal identification. I was hoping there would be more variation, but I think I contradicted my questions a little bit too much. For this was really interesting, though, that a lot of new fans weren't looking for companionship at all. Most of them found that they recognized their idols based off of attraction or qualities that they thought were similar to them, and that's how they got involved in the K-pop industry. And then over time, their companionship factor increased. So they realized that they actually did find some community. And yeah. So I concluded that all 3 factors are required for sustained loyalty in fandoms. Attraction, companionship, and personal identification. For newer and short-term fans, the romantic and attraction aspect are the most important in creating new relationships, though. And this is what it looks like. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. I knew I was going to go over time. I knew I was going to go over time. Anyway, I almost went.
And now you have 6 minutes to judge.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
So you mentioned an ANOVA test. Do you know what
Yes.
ANOVA stands for?
I did not write down what ANOVA stands for. I did do this study about a year ago, and I've brushed up on it a lot since. I do not know, but I can tell you all of the factors that it has to meet to be done, and I can tell you why I used it.
Yeah, why did you use it?
So I used it because I was looking at 3 different measures, so I wanted to see how 3 independent measures affected 1 dependent variable. So it was the same person answering for 3 different categories.
When developing your scale, because you developed a brand new scale, and you thought the others were too short, and so you went to a 45 point. I would like to know your thinking on designing a scale, because that type of clinical instrument often needs a lot of criteria and checking that they're not redundant, that they cover all the space. So how did you design that one? Was it a mix of the others?
So it started by making a giant graphic organizer of every single question that came to my head. So I wanted to look at whether fans were behaving with healthy competitive performativity or unhealthy competitive performativity. So I had a lot of questions there that I ultimately cut out and then focused only on the healthy competitive performativity aspects, because I wanted to see what made them engage in the first place. So I actually had a lot of questions asking about their consumer habits and seeing how much money do you spend a year on this, has it changed since you became more involved in the industry, and I had an open-ended question at the very end that was optional, asking people, just tell me anything you want about your favorite idol. I just want to know anything you want to tell me. And over half of the respondents answered, and I had quite a few that wrote me a 2 or 3 page paper about it, just on a whim.
And one of the properties you usually look in scales is the test-retest. Do you know if the same people, if you ask them one day and then another week when they're feeling really sad or really happy, would that influence their scores, and therefore you really capturing the person or their mood? Do you check for test-retest?
I did not consider that, and that's actually really interesting to see how that would affect their answers to the test.
And have you ever heard about a term called psychometric properties for scales? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
When you presented this survey to people, were they aware that it was a survey intended to investigate parasocial relationships, or were they simply told, here are some questions, answer them?
So it was, would you like to take a survey about your favorite K-pop idol?
Okay.
And then I kind of asked them all of these different questions. They did know that I was asking about a difference between the beginning, like when you were first when you first joined the community versus where you are now. And they were put directly into platforms, and I did tell them it was for research purposes. Okay. But I did not specify that it was for parasocial behavior.
Got it. And do you have any speculations as to maybe the impact of that choice on responses?
So I wanted to avoid asking them, do you think the reason why you like them is this? I wanted to see what I wanted to keep the statements very broad and plain, so that it's just, oh, your favorite idol is, let's say somebody named Felix. Do you like them because they're pretty? Do you like them because they can sing? Do you like them because... I just wanted them to list, the reasons why they got into it in the first place and the reasons why they like them now.
Can you explain your choice of subject?
So when I was a sophomore, my best friend Isabella and I had an argument about music industries. I was a huge classic rock fan, and she was a huge K-pop fan, and I made a bet with her that she could never get me into the K-pop industry. And clearly, it happened. Because they have really good marketing tactics, and it's so interesting to me how K-pop marketing tactics differ from Western culture. Because here they use things like hair color to symbolize a new album, right? So if you see your favorite idol randomly dye your hair, all of a sudden you're excited because they have a new album coming out. Or they have collectibles like photo cards and all of these different things. Their schedules are packed 24/7 with award shows. They have messaging services that our Western idols don't have. So I could get a text message from my favorite idol at any point in the day, and it just kind of brightens your day or things like that. They really push their content in your face, and their entire economic stability has kind of surrounded it. Over 50% of advertisements in Korea have idols in them. So they've really latched onto this as their main source of economic prosperity. It's interesting to see how it's starting to affect other cultures.
And do you think that this success is in part due to the fact that it's legitimized by a higher authority?
Yes. I think it's not as effective in Western countries because they're private organizations and companies, but because this is backed by the government, they have required military time there was arguments over BTS going to the military because they were worried it was going to hurt their economy. So they pushed it back by a couple years until the idols themselves decided that they were going to go to make fans happy. So they were so scared of a fandom being put into turmoil that they thought it might cause them to have an economic problem. That's how much they latched on to this.
Well, actually, I was good. Are we
over time, but if you have a question.
Yeah. Just anecdotally in the news, you see a lot of reports of suicides especially in the K-pop, in the Korean, entertainment industry, and it seems to me more so than in Western, in the Western equivalent. Can you say anything about that? Because the pressure under which these young, often very young artists are is just immense.
So I actually did study that when I was doing my literature review. I looked at not only suicides in the idols themselves, but suicides in fans. It was found that when, there's many things that fans do to try to avoid entertainment companies' mistreatments. But there's also a lot of things that they do that push idols over the edge. So it's very contradicting, and that's where the unhealthy competitive performativity comes into scope, because your actions affect their lives drastically. So there are people who have sent funeral flowers to entertainment companies to tell an idol that they're mad at them for maybe dating someone or going out clubbing once, even though they're of legal age and they're they're allowed to do that. Or there's been instances where a K-pop idol does take his or her life and the community follows them. So there's a very drastic impact. People attach their identities to these people, to these idols. So the things they do and the things they advertise have a major impact on their lives.
Thank you, Gabrielle. Right, friends, that does conclude now our oral presentations for the day. Can I get one round of applause for all of our oral presentations? Very good, guys. Okay, so we have a couple things to happen before lunch. Okay, so that lunch is coming, but it's still a little bit of a ways off here, so bear with me on this one. We have basically three things that are going to happen first. One is I'm going to readdress, so just continue the conversation that I had last night with you around the posters and what that's going to look like. Because I've had numerous questions, both from students but some of the supporting folks as well, just about what this looks like. So I want to readdress that. Then we need to get this room prepped for posters. I'm going to ask for everyone's help. That's definitely going to be a community effort to make that happen. I'll provide some instruction about what that needs to look like. And then the final thing I referenced earlier, where we're going to head out the front door. So we'll go through the hotel out the front door, and then we're going to bear left, and then left again once we hit the road. And then we're going to cross, there'll be a spot there, and we're all going to get ready and have our group photograph there. Once we exit from the group photograph, that's when we go into lunch. Okay, so those are basically the things that are going to happen. Okay, so 4 posters. Okay, so what this is going to look like, if you are a poster presenter A through I, you will be in this room. Okay, and I think all of you who are poster presenters, you know where your poster is. That was hung last night. I think you know probably the physical location that you're going to be in. However, for those in this room, we have some of the pin boards that are already staged next to the door in the room next door. Those pin boards are going to move in here. And 4 of the 5 pin boards that are going to move in here are going to be in the central channel. And so we'll be separating these tables. And then the chairs on both sides are going to be kind of distributed around. I'm mentioning this, and that's the piece we'll get to about the room structure, but I'm mentioning it now because it's important to understand the flow. Okay, so what that's going to look like in here is we have our poster here, J, and then we have one that will be on the pin board that will be the first to go in this room with the judges. And then they'll move in circles like this around. And we're just maintaining as much distance between presenters as we can. Okay, but there will be, as far as the ones that go at the same time, and just as a review from before, we used, I think, Claire last night as our example. When Claire is going, Claire will be presenter A, or it could be presenter J in here. But when the first one is going, who are the other two presenters going simultaneously? D and G, exactly correct. So the first one, if you think about these in blocks of 3, each one in a block of 3, right? We have the first one to go, Claire, will be going at the same time as Paula, will be going at the same time as Andre. So the judges will be with Claire. However, the audience members, if you choose to be with that presenter, will be then with Paula and with Andre. And then we'll go to the second position in each. So Emily will be going at the same time as Grady, at the same time as mine. And then we advance through that. The judges will keep going through each one. Okay, so the next time that Paula will present after the first time that she's going at the same time as Claire, Paula will be presenting with the judges. That's her judging appointment. I do have this over here, which just by virtue of the fact that I have quite a few extras, I know that not everyone has that. So I would recommend grabbing one of these just because it's your cheat sheet basically at the bottom to tell when you are going. And so this is kind of what I mentioned is the fail state. If you don't even care about the rotation, you're like, yeah, that confuses me, and you just want to know what are my presentation times. You have 3 presentation times, you find your letter. If you're presenter T is right here, you go right over, and you have your 3 presentation times right there, and you know those are the times that I have to be rolling at my poster. And then the between times, those are times that you can circulate among the circles that are going in here, or you can also move between the locations. How are we doing with that? Good to go. Okay, yeah, clarifying question. That is correct. So when Claire's going, Emily and Ethan are not. When Claire's going, it'll be always the first person that's in these blocks of 3, right? And then so when Emily is going, because Emily will go after Claire, then it'll be the second person in each block of 3. So Emily and Grady and mine. Does that help?
Yeah, so every person, they're like there's 3 times you can talk,
Yeah, at the same time, we'll, like in this room, because we have 2 circles rolling, there will be 6 presentations happening simultaneously. 3 over here, 3 over here, and then 3 in that room, so really 9, but 6 in this location. Mr. Kostick?
That was my question. It's Jessica's been here many times, and so in the past we had this room, and everyone presenting almost at the same time, and we flip the board. So there are presentations going on currently at the same time, and there's 3 over there and 3 over there and 3 in the other room, and only certain presentations, A, B, and G, are being judged at that time. And then
Well, the A, B, and G will be happening in that first round, but only A will be judged during that time.
Right.
And during Paula's second time that she presents, that's when the judges would be with her, and then for Andre, the third time that Andre presents, the judges would be with her.
So the schedule is more about the judging a little bit, and then when we speak, or not me, when the students speak, and there's still presentations going on.
Yeah, this really is about the judging, but also just understanding the flow.
Yes.
And then really, I think this is going to be a key piece to have if you just want to, again, have a lens like into when I am presenting. That's going to be right there for you, and all you guys have to know is the letter. Clarifying question. Yeah.
When people are not presenting, should they watch other presentations?
Yes. Yes. 100%. If you are not presenting, you should be watching other presentations. The one exception to that is if you are a poster presenter and you want to use that time and you are at your poster and you are going through your own presentation. You are just maybe you have note cards and you're reading through those, or you have a Chromebook you're referencing and you're going through that. Like if you have something else that you're doing preparing for your presentation, that is a valid use of time. You are welcome to do that. Okay? But if you are not presenting, this is definitely not a time to go sit, for example, in the meal area. Right? For everyone, for our oral presenters, for our poster presenters, your only job, your only place to be is going to be at the different posters to watch what is going on. And if you recall what I mentioned yesterday, that whole idea